Alright, I'm here. Take it easy. Take it easy. Good morning, gang. Where the fuck did my chat go? Oh, no, wait, no. Nobody's been writing chat. You fucking idiot, mister. Ah, fucking idiot. I think I heard Stoney's walk on as well before. I feel like super fucking stressed about getting online now because Noble's been shit talking me on his stream. Just like, oh, where is he? Where is he? Yeah, and he's prepping to raid me now as well. Little bitch. Uh, shit. I gotta install some mods for repo. Shoulder pat. Woo! Yeah! 1592? How is it up to 1592? What the fuck is up? Jesus fucking Christ. Hey Nobles. Hey Nobles gang. I think I rated myself right now as well. Which I love. Let's see. Stoney's profile, we're gonna update it from code. Enter profile code, continue. There we go. That's probably correct. Alright. Update existing profile. Update profile Stonies. There we go. You def rated yourself. Yeah. You know what? I deserve it. I deserve it. Because apparently my broken pinky toe doesn't really count as anything. Apparently it's like, it shouldn't even be a thing. Dude, and the biddies. Thanks, Nobles. Thanks, Nobles. Love you, man. Love you, bro. Thank you so much for the bits. It's just starting off with all this. We got an ad break in 20 seconds as well, because I got ads starting at the top of the stream, so I don't have to deal with it like 15 minutes in. Oh my gosh. We're gonna launch a private game. The friend with the best computer should host. That's me. That's me. Very sus. I love that one though. Very sus. Jesus. I heard your music. Nobles was having this type of emo music in his stream as well, so it's like, shit, I think I gotta have it. The friend that doesn't get carried should host. Look, Panda's not here. And I know Stoney's here somewhere, but I don't know where. I think he's hiding somewhere. Or is he setting up his stream? Might be that he's setting up his stream. I'm gonna turn off BlueStacks. Fuck off, game. Ah, there's Stoney. Also rated from Nobles. Oh my gosh. Alright. I'm just gonna jump in there. There we go. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, come on, and now I gotta fix that shit. Like the stream elements just like, oh, you changed scenes? Well, here's everything that happened since last time you changed scenes. There's a Pokemon in the chat. Oh man. We had a fucking great streaming day yesterday. I gotta say, that was so much fun. Okay, I felt like a professional streamer yesterday. We got rated a bunch. We got a bunch of subs. We got a bunch of biddies. Had a bunch of people in chat. We had a lot of fun, most importantly. You're welcome for me making you stream so early. I mean, Nobles, yeah, you weren't wrong that time. That time you weren't wrong. I can't be trusting you on everything, man. This one is just for me and Stony. That time. That time. That's the only time I can trust you. That you've used up your trusted things now. I trusted you for that, and then now no more trust. It's all over. No, I'm just kidding. Be right back. Dude! Dude! What do you mean be right back, dude? I caught the Pokemons, bitches. Oh my gosh. Let's see what's happening here. There we go. Just couldn't work. So many potential clips I had to clip. That is very true. I think scaring Bestie was my fave. Like, scaring her is not the easiest either. So that's well done. And God damn it, Pixie, you really clipped a bunch yesterday. It's insane. Super well done. Throwing things at I was convinced. I was like, oh my god, the ghost is throwing a shit ton at me. It's out to get me. I'm probably standing on its grave or something. And then I realized, like, oh wait, no. No. These are just some bitches. Some bitchy assholes throwing shit at me. So mean. So mean. Oh my gosh. Had to have some kind of fun, I guess. But today, we're gonna, what is this? Let me. Oh, come on. Wait, let me. What the fuck is happening? I can't show my main screen. Or I can. Wait. Let me. Ah, whoa, dude. There we go. Y'all should be able to hear this. Oh shit, I gotta unmute my... What is this? Alright. Jesus. Oh, and they came in like when I was talking about fun facts about me as well, dude. You're good? You're not only good, Stony. You're the best. That's what you are. Such a wonderful person. Hey, do you want to collaborate? Do you want to collaborate with me, Stony? Come on, collaborate with me. Be my friend. Oh my gosh, and there he is. I don't think I can hear you either. There we go. I muted myself at least. I'm gotta start the thing in here. Oh my gosh, it's my 2-month sub anniversary in Stoney's chat as well. Woo! That's right, bitch. Get absolutely loved. Just get appreciated so fucking hard, bro. Whoa, what the fuck? Get out of here. Let's see. I thought Bestie and Mr. Panda were gonna join as well, but if it's just me and Stony, we're gonna load up the me and Stony save. I believe in love. Alright, start shared chat, I fucking guess. There we go. So intricate. What was the... Do we have a password? No. We're gonna skip the password. Fuck it. No, I don't care for passwords. Moorhead? What is Moorhead? So Stony sent or has created like a mod pack for this game, or put together, like curated a mod pack, and I don't know what the mods are. I just accepted them and started playing. What is Moorhead? Bamboo copter. Oh my god! Brow said, oh my god. Cigar? Yes. Yes. I need a cigar. Wait. Oh, just like a little bit of teeth there? Shit. Wait, I don't want the copter. Ash Ketchum cap? Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm in love. I'm in love. It's a goddamn arms race. They're saying a battle axe? What the fuck? Stoney's quiet and Doctor's loud. I'm always loud. Should see your Moorhead. Insane. I believe you, man. Cat fur collar. Demon shuriken. Diaper. Yup. That's the look right there. I call it my Andrew Tate look. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh. Hey Stony, are you here? Where am I? Oh wait. Settings, audio. Kurva. Here we go. Oh my god, there we go. Can I hear you now?
Oh.
Hello! Oh yes. Oh, you sound so good in my ears. Let's go. Are we ready?
Yeah, if that's it, if there's just the two of us.
Yeah, I think so, for now at least. You can do one, just do you and me.
Okay.
I think Bestie might be just waking up as well. Nobles jumped on Repo. Does Nobles want to join us? Is that what he's saying? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, Tony, what is this?
What the fuck are you wearing? Is that a diaper?
That's a diaper and a cigar. Deal with it, bitch.
Oh, you've got a cigar. Hold on. I can just change to this one.
The fuck? The fuck?
Oh, hey.
What the fuck is this? What? That's a big ass onyx on you. That's too much. I was gonna show my Moorhead. Oh shit! Sorry, Nobles. I didn't catch that. I didn't understand. Dude, that is a huge fucking shotgun, man.
Yeah, great.
Oh, it's a BFG. Oh, jeez, fucking Christ.
Uh, uh, real quick, do you have any strength?
Well, I have 1 health.
Oh.
Should we just buy a bunch of strength, you think?
Yeah, we should get a bunch of strength and stuff.
So get rid of the feather drone or keep that as well? I like the feather drone, but if we're gonna get strength, we might not need the feather drone that much. Oh my gosh, I love this, being able to just like grab a fuck ton of upgrades. Oh, sorry, I dropped it. There's like 2 strength each or 3 strength each?
2 strength each, yeah.
And some health?
Yeah,
I got 120.
there's one
What do you
over
got?
here.
Alright. Alright. So we have like 9k left. Do you want to buy like a shit ton of stamina?
Yeah, that gets us 2 each.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Let's go, baby! There you go. Oh my god, I'm gonna look at Noble's Moorhead. Let's see. Let's look at it. Dude, what the fuck, Nobles? That is like the most cursed fucking Pokemon trainer in the world. Look at that. That's a Pokemon trainer who definitely abuses his Pokemon. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh. Alright, I love how many upgrades we can have now, Sony.
Oh, yeah.
Please get rid of that fucking Onyx. It's so annoying. It's so in the way. It's so much in the way. Look at it from the back. It's a Ninja Turtle. Fuck's sake. It's a Ninja Turtle Pokemon trainer with 2 different kinds of weapons and a flaming mohawk. What the fuck, Nobles? Oh my gosh. Right, 1. That's mine. There we go. Oh, we already have a feather drone? Didn't know. I definitely need the indestructible drone, because I suck at not fucking things up. Alright, goddammit, I feel powerful now.
You grabbed the tumble for yourself.
No, I didn't grab the tumble. Should I?
I don't know. I don't know. This is a different save.
I thought we were gonna like leave it here so we got more room for better shit, but now we got the mods and everything.
So we have 2 strength each, yeah.
I got 4 strength and 4 stamina and 3 health. What the fuck? Wait, oh, did you get the mod where we share everything as well?
Yes.
Dude. So you gotta launch now as well.
Can't have you dying with all the strength.
So getting 2 strength each means we get 4 strength total. My gosh. Jibs and I were easy to spot because our flaming hair. Safety first. And you're nothing if not a person of safety, Nobles. Oh my god, alright, I'm already liking these mods.
Level enemies. Headman.
Oh!
Upscreen. Spewer.
Wiggle.
Wiggle? Let go. Oh, sorry. I thought you said wiggle. Hey! Hey!
What?
Oh, wait. Did you, like, attach it to you?
No. See if it works for you. Walk away from it and hit F.
Walk away from it and hit F? Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Okay, that's creepy. Haunted. Flesh blob, disgusting.
Oh my god, yes.
What? Did you find your... Milk! Motherfucker. Alright, wait. I gotta... I'll bring it to the spawn. It says they made it easy to follow back to the truck. 2 running torches. Okay, that's kind of nice, though. I'm surprised. They did something smart. Oh my fucking god. Alright. That's a big ass milk carton. Oh my gosh, look at this. Hello, little egg. Name egg. It's just an egg. There we go. Get a little plane there.
Stuck the car.
Seriously? I can like call the carts to me? Hey, it's mine! I need it!
Upstream left.
Upstream left? Shan. Now, come on! I still died. Started so early. I'm sorry, bestie. I'm sorry, but we can quit any time from this. This is just mine and Stoney's save.
Fantastic.
You know what, Stoney? We gotta quit now, so bestie can join us. Stoney, can you hear me? Stoney, can you hear me? What a goober! Come on, man. Hello. Go on. Keep going until you can save it. We just started as well, though. Did he die already? Yeah, I did.
Oh, you found an egg. Oh, nice.
Come on. Gotta get your morning ciggy too. Alright, fine. Just... fucking rest me.
Oh, that's something. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait!
Upstream despawned.
Oh my gosh, so one of the mods is that you can choose when to activate it as well. That's fucking wonderful. As you smoke, think about how big of a little bitch his pinky toe is. Fuck you, Nobles. Fuck you, Nobles. I'm back! From outer space! Thank you, Stoney. Why is there like a pink dot here?
Like the pink dot on the map.
Yeah.
I think that just shows where you died. I think that's what it is.
That's so mean. I don't need to know that. I wish it was there so I could stomp it. Asshole! Jesus fucking Christ. What kind of friends do I have? Fucking damn.
Why are you still moving the car by yourself?
Because I'm just that type of guy, alright? I enjoy it.
I made it easy for us, and you still...
I don't want easy! I want problems, always! Come here, cart! Yes, yes, good, cartman, good. There's gonna be a lot of pink dots. Oh, shut up, Pixie. How dare you? How dare you? Alright. I think we gotta find the next extraction point as well. And also not die. Oh my god, it's a money blender. Don't want EC, I want problems. Meaning I want Pixie. Sick. I don't want to know what happens when she and my wife gets together. It'd be fucked up. I'll help to actually play the game later. Jesus. Why aren't they both playing with us? I don't know. Maybe they hate us. That's why. It's in, the mod pack is in the VIP channel on my Discord. You should be able to, like, go in there and just take that code and put it in, whoa! Put it in the Thunderstorm mod. Just also took NyQuil. Oh, dude, alright. You won't be alive for long. Oh my god, this is my favorite. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I am the thing your nightmares are made of! Ouchies, sorry. Alright. Someone's gonna sleep like a baby! It's true. Past 2 nights I haven't even with it. So I'm hoping. Oh, dude. Like, not being able to sleep is the worst shit ever. Just ask Stony. He hasn't slept well for decades. We can get up there. How do we get up there? How do we get up anywhere? No, he said he slept well. Oh, okay. I'm an idiot then. Surprising? No one? Stony and Doc slept together? Oh man, I wish. Stony got...
Upscream nearby.
Ah, come on. Why is it... It's rotating. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! I just had 1 HP as well. Fuck, I forgot. Balls. Balls.
Spewer nearby.
What up, Mad Dog?
Left. Spewer left.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not the smartest or the best.
Oh, hey. Okay, and I'm not surprised.
Upscream nearby.
Yeah, I was trying to kill the upscream.
Spewer nearby.
Yeah. Oh, that's the upstream. There's the upstream. Over here. You can kill it, Stony. You can kill it. I believe in you. I'm gonna follow it around. Okay, I can't follow it upstairs. Fuck. That's annoying.
Admin left.
Oh, that's a head. Hello. I'm just gonna bully it. Calling that a bitch when you're dead? What a big man. I mean, we're both heads. What a big man. I feel like a big man, right? Hiya! Oh, and the upscream? Got 2 for 1 here. Where's Stony? Stony! How have I died twice already? It's unacceptable, man. Unacceptable, I tell you.
Spewer despawned. Upscreen nearby.
Upstream nearby. No, not again! Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ.
Headman despawned. Upscreen left.
Alright, it ran after Stony, so I don't have to worry right now. Balls, I hate
Bro is
this.
destroying items so much you'd think that he's 3 gnomes in a trench coat.
What the fuck?
Upscreen
What the,
despawned.
where the fuck did you tell me that? Where the fuck did you say that? Ooh. 3 gnomes in a trench coat. What a turd bucket, almost died again. Shut up, man. You're the turd bucket. Turd bucket. Alright, we got upstairs. Wait, can the cart come upstairs as well? I mean, Stoney's taking it all the time, so guess it can't. Alright. I'm just gonna walk around. Ah! Alright, there we go. I just love a voice changer. I know there's there's like voice changing things for the stream as well. I've been thinking about getting them. This seems so much fun. Can the thing join here? Oh my gosh. Does the mod pack have cosmetics too? Yeah. It has the Headman cosmetics, meaning you can actually change how you look. You can change what you look like.
They add the kick button.
Oh, come on, fuck you, Cart! The fuck? What is this? What is this mod pack? Can't wait till they add the kick button. Why are you such a bitch, Cart? Such a meanie bobini. You can until you get in the log. Yeah, exactly. I don't think so, at least. Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh, come on. Stony! Stony! Stone Cold Burner! I'm here for your wiener! Oh, there's a enemy.
Skewer left. Headman left. Headman nearby. Upstream respawn.
Did you say Stoney's dead, Ducky? Didn't he run in here? Oh my gosh. Stoney deserves rest. His shoulders are heavy with carrying Doc. Shut up. I mean, you're not wrong, but shut up. He died around here. Come here, carts. The fuck? Why is it stuck there? He's by extraction. Well, I'm not. All right. And there's still money to be had here. Alright, that's enough money, I think. Hopefully. Good English right there, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Where's Stoney? I can't see him. Oh wait, by extraction. Never mind. He rolled himself there. Don't need doctor to save him. Alright. Ah! No. The fuck? Fuck. No! Ah! No! Balls! Balls! Why? Why did I do that? I'm such an idiot. Oh my god, I suck! Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
I would drop kick you if I had legs.
I would drop kick you if I had legs.
You're so ugly, even a TSA agent wouldn't touch you.
You're so ugly, even a TSA agent wouldn't touch you. Sick. I killed him. Alright? I am the best loser! Traffic light. Hello? Oh, Jesus! I had to grab the crown as well, I didn't realize. King of the losers! losers. That's me. Nobody loses like me. Alright, let's see. Let's invite Bestie.
Yes, now we get the other one.
I love my look. Galaxia, no. Pokeball belt. Patrick Star shorts. Nah, I want the
Can you
diaper.
guys hear me? Now you can hear me.
What the fuck is this? Hey, bestie.
How do I change? There we go. Oh my god.
World? Dr. Eggman cards? Sick. Aku Aku. Alright, dope.
I just have to fix up my look a bit.
Oh my gosh. Pokemon. Oh my god, you can have different Pokemon as well? Oh shit,
Yes,
right.
that's where the Onyx comes
Yeah.
into play.
Gotcha. That's too much.
And I've changed back to it now, so
Megazord.
I'm not sure I want
I'm
that.
super fast. Yeah. I'm loving this. I'm loving this so much. Baby oil belt? No! Just, oh my gosh. This, Bestie wants to be a Pokemon Ninja Turtle Rebel Trainer. Jesus fucking Christ. Jeez. Lipstick bottom. Mag collar scarf. Yep. Yep, this is the look. This is the look, gang. This is how you become the sexiest man in the game. Are we ready, or are people still fixing their stuff?
Give me,
Yeah, I can wait. I can wait. Gimme. Gimme. What the fuck happened there, Pix?
So wait, I'm gonna play on your save now. You guys save?
Alright, it's me dying.
You guys,
Jesus fucking Christ. Yep. Thanks for clipping it, Pix. Appreciate ya. Oh my gosh. Right, if that's my number one, what's my number two? Let's see.
Yeah, this is
Clown nose.
it saves automatically when you put this stuff on. Yeah,
Cool.
probably does. Ooh, I'm ready.
Big nose. Oink.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. It's just like very boxy.
Alright.
Like it sounds like you're speaking to us in a tin can,
That's weird.
right?
Because I got my good mic and everything. But that's
That is
weird.
weird. Yeah.
Huh.
What? Wait. If you check the settings on in the game, you can change which microphone it picks up from.
Yeah, I've already changed that. It's the good mic.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's see here.
Riku hair, Samus helmet.
Let's see. Is
Oh,
this
that's
better?
way
there
better.
we go.
Which
Oh,
mic
good.
is that?
I think this is the good mic. I don't know which one was the one before.
Okay,
They
this is
both
definitely
say USB. I have no idea.
this is a ton better. Yeah, the good
Then
mic is
this is what we're
USB
doing.
audio.
Yeah, it says the other one said so too.
that's weird.
Whatever. Do I need to do any settings change with the mods or something?
No.
I don't think
Good.
so.
Just
Batman. Right,
Well, I'm ready whenever.
I'm so fucking ready. Is Stony ready?
Yeah.
Let's go!
Tony was born ready.
Born ready. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm loving these mods, man. It's fucking amazing, Stony.
I have no idea what to expect, so I'm sorry if I'm fucking shit up. Oh my god, Stony, you're just
What the fuck, bestie? What is this outfit?
Level
Oh yeah, we got the same glasses.
You're one to talk. You're one to talk. Oh
I'm
my
super
God.
fucking sexy. Do you see what's on my
No.
chest? It's
Yeah,
baby
yeah,
oil.
I see the baby oil. I see
Yeah,
the
baby.
oil. Unfortunately, I see the baby oil.
This one's for you, Diddy. No, sorry.
Now I can see your stuff. You were just a shadow before. Jesus, you got an almond?
Oh my gosh. Wait, right, there we go. Right, because we're starting over, so we don't have any strength or anything now. It's a duck! It's a ducky! A little plushy ducky! We're gonna sell it for cash. Come here, carts. That's a Wii? Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get used to having that cart be able to follow me around. Oh my gosh.
How is it following? How is it following you around though?
You press F.
Duck nearby.
F, and it just comes to you. It's one of the mods.
Oh my God, Apex, hi baby.
Oh no.
Hi.
Oh no.
How nearby is nearby though? It's right there. Shh, shh, shh.
Stony died first.
Clown left.
Is the clown gone?
I think
No?
the clown is gone. Man, Stony's dead as well, so.
He is?
Yeah. He died to the clown,
was
it seems.
fast.
Yeah.
I thought better of you, Stony. I'm so sad about this.
Clown nearby.
How?
Clown nearby. Fuck. Balls.
Duck left.
Am I the only one left? Me?
No.
Of all people? Wait, what?
No, you're not.
Clown left.
Where are you?
I'm right behind you, man.
There you are. Oh my god. I thought you had died as well.
No.
I was so worried.
No, you weren't. You were happy. I heard you.
No, I was worried.
You were so happy. You
I
were
was-
the one surviving.
Get fucked.
I heard you.
I
Don't try
was
to lie to me.
I wasn't happy. What the fuck are you talking
I heard
about?
ya.
Then you
fucking
heard.
heard ya.
Then you heard wrong. All right. You
I
ain't heard
believe my own
shit.
ears.
There's a meowth in chat.
Meowth?
Meowth.
Me. Hi, Apex.
I think we got enough. Or we got what we came for.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no more stuff to get. Press X on the cart.
Seven items.
Is that it?
nearby.
7 items nearby? Bro,
Yeah.
where?
There's something yellow right by this door.
Thank you so much, Stoney. What I mean, I put some items on the thing over here. Oh, here, of course.
Tony, I'm playing
Oh my
with
God,
your
there's-
kid.
Game Boy. Excuse you.
Come on, Duck. Let's hide. You're so cute. I love you, Apex. You're such a cutie
Items
What do you mean
patootie.
nearby.
6 items nearby? Just put in 2, and you said there were 7 before.
There's something up here.
There's a GameCube!
Yeah. I got Apex, so I'm not
Yeah.
at liberty to take stuff. But then I won't survive.
5 items nearby.
5 items nearby. How about your mom's nearby, huh?
Just left.
It's a friend box set. 2 friend box sets. Super Nintendo. Oh my, we got all of the fucking Nintendo systems. Sooner or later. Or at this point, I think we got them all.
Duck despawned.
Duck despawned, fuck yeah. Stoney said something, but I couldn't be bothered to read or hear, so I'm gonna ignore him. Where is the rest of the stuff? Yeah, there's nothing left here. Love that that's a mod as well, that the cart can count items for you. That I appreciate a whole lot. Is this it?
Have to get the clown here.
Everything's
Shall we?
done, right?
Shall we?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
we
yeah.
should.
That's a good amount of money.
It is. You're gonna press the button now as well, so you can actually, like, load it up.
Yep, Stony. Okay, well, that's true. We're leaving anyways.
No, Stoney! Oh my god, he never listens to me.
Clown respawned.
Nobody ever does.
Wow.
You're not worth listening to.
What the fuck?
Clown.
Make it worth it, man. And
Oh
then we
my
might
god, make it work.
listen.
I'm never gonna speak again. How about that? How about that? I'm just gonna shut the fuck up now and forever.
I wish.
wish.
I wish you would. I wish you would.
Oh gosh, you've been hanging out too much in Noble's chat.
Excuse you? I've been this way all the
Hey,
time.
oh, come here.
What? What's up? What the fuck is that? Is that a minigun?
You didn't do shit, Nobles. He's just blaming you for my bitchiness. But I've been like...
Alright, that's super fun. So we gotta get some strength, right? For all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
it's
sprint.
shared.
Sprint speed.
Got the shared one though.
Why
Oh my
sprint?
god,
Why
there's
sprint
a whole
speed?
wall?
You want sprint speed?
Ooh, I like it.
Look what we used to be missing out on.
Hey, you want some sprint
Yeah.
speed right
Now
there?
I get why you've been complaining about there's not much stuff.
Alright, so
Damn.
fuck off! So now we got 1 stamina, 2 health, 3 strength, and a sprint speed.
Yeah. Should we get something more, maybe? No,
No.
we only have 30.
Like
Oh, well.
if we get rid of the sprint speed, we could buy something else.
Yeah, get rid of it.
I
Let's
don't
get
know
rid
what.
of it.
We could get another health. We could get another strength. Or like 2 more stamina. 4 strength would be dope to have in the beginning, actually.
Sure. Absolutely, that will help you survive. Sure.
Shut up! No,
You know I'm right.
I mean, yeah, but it's still helpful. It's still helpful.
It's so helpful. Oh my god.
Can I mute people on this thing here? Can I? What the fuck did I do? Nobles, you know what you did.
You didn't do shit. You're just blaming him for your own shortcomings.
I ain't blamed him for my
I want
penis
stuff.
1 time.
I want stuff.
We
Yay.
all get it.
Oh my
should have
god.
It's
That's
the shared
nice.
one.
That's nice. I
That's
didn't
what I'm saying.
know. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I didn't know. Play with these mods.
Stony told you while we were in the store. It's the shared one, and you sounded like you understood what he said.
No, I thought he
Yeah,
talked about.
Yeah, Bestie, I can't have him dying with all the strength.
That's true.
I'm so annoyed at that fucking Onyx, dude.
I love the Onyx. Stop being a bitch.
I stop being a bitch.
Yeah. All I hear is you bitching.
Oh
Stop
my
being a
god.
bitch.
No, you're right. You're right. I should shut the fuck up.
You could never.
Watch out, guys! Bow tie, bow tie, bow tie, bow tie. Watch out, it's the bow tie. Watch out.
I thought it was actually him. I was so scared.
Oh come on! I also thought you. Fuck you, Stony. Nobody likes you.
Why did you put the rhino on the cart?
Cause I panicked.
The fuck,
That's why
man?
I panicked
You're
when
so
Stony
bad.
came through screaming. Oh,
You're so bad at this game.
eat
God.
my whole nutsack, you asshole!
Keep at it, and
Fuck
you'll
off!
have to pay rent.
Jesus Christ. These two could do a comedy stint. I don't know about that. Thanks for the lurk pics. Oh my gosh. Why did I agree to this? I was thinking, like this morning I was thinking, oh, it's gonna be nice, just some relaxing repo with some good friends, and now I'm regretting all of my decisions. Oh my gosh.
Blame me for lying to yourself. That's not my fault.
That is not your fault. I lived in a fantasy world where this would be fun.
Oh my god, Nobles, get in here. Oh my god, Nobles.
Oh my
I got
god,
a bow
Nobles.
tie.
Get in me.
What?
What?
Nobles going online on repo.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping he got the mod pack.
If someone gave him the code, because I didn't.
No, but I mean, you put it in the VIP lounge, right? I think he has access to the VIP
put it
lounge.
there, but I don't know who. I don't know who's VIP.
What are you talking about?
Come here,
What are we
Carl.
talking about?
Peeper despawned.
Ooh.
Peeper despawned. Nice.
Peeper respawned.
Oh, fuck off, Peeper.
Huntsman nearby.
Oh shit. Fuck, he's there. He's coming back around.
I don't need to worry about him right now. You can just run around. Man, like, getting the cart to follow you, such a dope fucking mod. Alright, we got some minor stuff here. And a rhino. Nice. And we got the thing there. Oh, Jesus. Hey, welcome back, ad viewers. Why'd you steal the cart from me?
Hey, we've got items here.
Because it's fun.
Y'all are assholes. The headsman is
You
coming.
are
The headsman is coming. We
No,
should probably get rid
where's
of the
the
cart.
cart? Where's the fucking cart? There it is. Thank you.
Oh, peeper. Oh, come on.
Is it gone? Is it gone?
I don't know.
Creeper despawned.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for being the sacrifice.
So you knew it was in here.
No, I saw you being stuck to it.
Nice one.
Nice one.
Oh, jeez. I love the cart talking. It's
Honestly,
so
the cart's
sassy.
yeah, the cart's sassiness is the best.
Use the
Huntsman
TV.
left.
Aw, Huntsman, go away. Stone is incoming with stuff too, I think. Yeah. Should we take this cart back?
I think we
There's a
should.
lot on it.
Huntsman despawned.
There's a lot on it. And we have 2 extractions in this one, so.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, come on. There should be things in here as well, right?
Maybe.
Ah! There we go. Fuck it, you know what? I'm just gonna carry the TV. I'm gonna get you. What? What you laughing at? Oh, I'm amazed that nobody died before, Ducky. That is so fucking cool.
Three items nearby.
Alright, so we have 3 more items. And I kinda know where they are.
Very weird.
One of you have hit F.
Birdie. Hey, good guy. Well, we still got...
There's still stuff in the cart. There's stuff in it.
There's stuff out here wanting to,
We get 2 extractions. We can take that later.
Alright, fine. Fine!
You're so stupid, man. God.
I'll have you know, I am slightly intelligent.
How you even got a degree is beyond me, man.
Fuck off. I worked hard. That's how.
I know. For more years than the programming.
Oh, shut up! Shut up! You fail a
Oh,
course
sure.
or 5. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Hardly worked. Jesus. Probably get carried there too.
Yes,
Fuck you,
Noble.
Nobles. I did not.
Yes, Nobles.
I did not get carried in university. Assholes.
I did not. I did not.
Huntsman nearby. Peeper nearby. Huntsman left.
You know, I know he left.
Hey, bitch.
Peeper left. Huntsman nearby. Huntsman left.
Alright, great. hate the huntsman.
Huntsman nearby. Keeper despawn.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, there's like a large item over there, or it's one of my teammates.
Huntsman left.
It's one of my teammates. Alright, there we go. I think I'm gonna send it now. There we go.
He's coming.
Huntsman nearby.
Ah, fuck! Justice. Goddamn. Of course, I play Reaper when I'm not home. Sorry, man. Oh my god. Oh man, I can't go further from my despawn. Come on. Wanna join too?
That was awesome.
I
was surfing in the.
I saw
Awesome.
that. I saw that. I thought to like, I thought I was gonna run past him, and as soon as I started running, he shot me in the back.
The fuck?
Yeah, I ain't the smartest.
Wait. Oh yeah. Good guy. You should be home. Then you could have joined us. Wait, Nobles?
No, fuck.
God
Oh
damn.
my fucking god.
What was that?
That
Jesus.
was me.
He's dead.
Fuck.
Boink,
Alright.
boink.
Nobles,
God,
did you want?
you're expecting
Nobles, did you
yourself.
want to
I just got
join?
one thing. That gun takes 10 health per shot. And you had one.
Did Nobles want to
Cart
join?
laser,
Is the
jack
question.
sheet Tracker. Baseball bat?
But no, he's just
Baseball
online.
bat.
He's not in repo.
Well, what do we want? Do we want more health? Do we want
Your
more
internet
stamina?
keeps
More
blipping.
stamina,
That's
maybe.
fucking annoying.
That would be good, right? Yeah, stamina upgrade. Go again. What are you doing? What you doing there, bud?
I'm just having some fun.
I'm just having some fun.
Just
Having some fun.
surfing. I'm gonna take
Can
another
someone
stamina.
please?
Stamina
Oh, here
upgrade.
we go.
Oh, you would think so, but I will throw you out before I... Excuse you? The fuck did you say? Yes, you are. Dr. Bitchy Bitch, yes you are.
Has an enemy got like the program on as well?
The program what?
The itis?
I'm pretty sure enemy was working on something where enemy can take control.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
good.
yeah he was. I don't think enemy is online right now.
Yeah.
Still
Not
a beta
installed yet.
version.
Okay. Well, what more do we want, guys? Tony, what do we want? I put 2 stamina stuff in there.
Come on, 7 days without nicotine, I can't imagine. What up, Marzipan? Yeah, 7 days without nicotine. Imagine actually living through that shit.
Aww.
No, it's 8 days now.
Are you
Didn't
are
it
you at
update?
full capacity?
8
Yeah.
days without nicotine, man.
Well,
There's
more
so
strength
much
maybe?
Yeah, more.
Oh my god.
Quite a bit.
Oh! Hubs is in chat! Hi,
There's
baby!
a Twitch trolling mod for Repo. What do you mean Twitch trolling mod?
The Marzipan Corv.
Let Twitch chat
It's in
spawn
chat.
monsters and trigger events for
That's
custom
my
beta
Hubs.
mounts and
I
subs.
bet he's hungover today.
No extension
Do
or
we
app
want any
needed.
drones?
The fuck? Because I know there's crowd control.
15.
Like
for
crowd control is the thing you install and
everyone
shit,
that's
and
cheapers.
that's available for Repro.
Indestructible goes down to 20. Cheapest they can go.
And crowd control is really good because like there are so many different games you can crowd control as well. Thank you, Ducky. Thank you.
I guess we'll go have
Like the last 2
well,
days have been the first days where I'm not hating
Yeah,
my
we'll
life
just grab it anyway.
because of the nicotine withdrawal either.
How much that was?
Looking at this one,
5.
looking at this one on Thunderstore. Building your own mod pack, that'd be cool.
It doesn't get as much.
That's not nice. That's not nice, Doc. Take him out before we push the button. Yeah. Are we done with the stuff?
Yeah, there's not much I can get for 5.
Well then, shall we go? You push. I got Doc. You can press the button. No, bitch. I will not put you
Come
down.
on!
You deserve to be in air jail.
Arctic?
Jesus fucking Christ. Attica,
Attica?
it's a, I don't remember why, but it's like a thing protesters would yell when being arrested by cops and shit.
You're so weird. You're so fucking weird.
I'm not weird, it's
Yeah,
It's-
you're so weird.
because I'm learned, because I'm cultured.
No, you're very much not cultured.
It's called being a nerd.
Nerd!
You are
Oh my
not
gosh,
cultured in
nice.
any way.
Swift Broom Academy. Let's go!
Level enemies. Reaper. Upscreen. Spewer.
What's up, Scream?
Oh, that's a good place to put a staff. Oh yes.
Oh my gosh, it's a huntsman! Cute!
It's a mini huntsman. He's so cute. That's so cute.
That, oh my god, I want that. Excuse you. Alright, pretty good. 2 items, we already got almost 30k.
No! Damn it, Stony. You ruined my diamond.
Alright.
Here's an
Yeah.
ocarina.
Here, have a PlayStation 4.
Ooh. Thank you.
PlayStation 4?
I'll take a PlayStation
That's it?
4. I only have a
Det räcker.
PlayStation 3 at home, so.
Det räcker, älskling. Ja.
Det räcker.
Behöver inte gräva till Kina.
Det räcker.
Oh, fuck off.
Ska vi gräva till Kina?
He was getting litter all over the floor. Fuck off.
Oh, little kitten, digging a hole to China. I don't know if that's something you would say you say in like the US or the UK. Like in Sweden, it's very common that like when you're digging a lot as a child in like a sandbox or something, people say like, "Oh, are you digging a hole to China?" There's a bunnelbee. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, that's someone. One of our friends. Oh. Balls.
Did you just say help?
No, I said balls.
Oh shit.
Reaper nearby.
Oh.
Reaper left.
Does that mean it's behind these doors or something?
Most likely, yeah.
Yay, that's fun. No, I don't want you to look inside there. I don't want to.
You say that too, Ducky? Nice.
That's a spewer. Oh shit.
And an upstream.
Upstream died. Here died.
There we go.
What'd you say about him?
Alright. Should be able to do this now.
Reaper left.
Yeah, nice.
Well, you have a fun
Oh, Reaper's over there, I think. No?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Reaper's in there.
Yes, yes.
Hey,
Bull, 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 bull.
Hey, bull, bull, bull,
Oh,
bull, bull.
What? I love my cat.
It's so
leave me
cute.
alone.
Yeah, I think it's so cute.
He is lying like a little prince, just watching me play games right now. He's a very fluffy kitty.
Alright, let's see. Hello.
Hello.
I think the Reaper is heading over here.
Yeah, looks like it. Fuck it. Bye.
I bet you don't have any friends, Reaper. Nobody likes you, just so you know.
Such a bully.
Doctor! That's me! I'm the doctor! Il docteur! Je suis une docteur! Oui?
Reaper left.
By the way, I killed the upstream and the spewer before. Aren't I such a good boy?
You're such a bad boy.
But you. All right, no, you're right. I'm the worst. I'm
You'll
the worst.
never win with me. That's just how it is.
I'm the
sorry.
worst.
Reaper despawned.
Oh, here's the next one.
Reaper despawn. Oh fuck yes. Thank you, God. Hey, Stony, you dropped a shit ton here. A ton of shit.
Oh my god, it's the slow motion one. I love it.
I want to eat pancakes for breakfast every day. What?
What?
What's so funny? There's a PSP over here. There we go. Come here, carts! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here. There you go. Good carts. Alright. I think we're ready to
Yeah, I know.
like,
I
send
pressed
it,
F.
right?
It's on its way.
Nice, 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 nice.
Get this show going.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna change the music. Ah!
Big Bear is here. Bear is in the house.
What up, Bear?
Dear Lord. Wait,
oh my god,
I want to be passenger.
Bear
please.
joined just as I put on Huya as well. The fucking timing
Nice.
on that shit.
Nice.
Ananas. Round like an orange in a tree. It's a
Good morning, Bear.
banana.
Welcome to the madness.
Good morning, Bear. Let's go.
Oh wait, let me get out. Let me get out. Let me get out.
Round like an orange or high in a tree. I feel good. Sometimes it gets me, but not this time.
Reaper nearby. Healer nearby.
Sorry, Doc.
Send it! Send it!
What the fuck? Did you bring friends?
Maybe.
You
Fwains? Fwains? Fwains?
bastard.
Fwains for us, yay! We love some Fwains. I am 34 years old, by the way. I'm such a grown person. Oh my god, so many weapons. Oh my lord. That fucked. Oh my gosh. We want more strength, right? 20k for strength? Dude, what the fuck? 17?
Yeah, it's because we have 4 of it already.
That's too much.
Yeah.
But I found 2 that were worth 17k. Oj, 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 oj. Ganska länge sedan det känns som igår. Oh my god, Stoney's doing the drifting.
Oh yeah.
Alright, we're gonna see how much strength we can add here.
Wait, what?
We have 9k left.
Did you push me? Do you want to go?
Right.
You want to go, bro?
This one is
Do
17
you wanna
as
go?
well, so we can get
Me and my
rid of
Onyx
the
are ready to go.
21.
Ain't shit happening though.
We got 12k left. We could do stamina. Stamina is only 4k each. So we could do 3 stamina or 1 health and 1 stamina. I'd say 3 stamina on top of the strength.
So 1 stamina and 1 health then?
No, 3 stamina and 3 strength. Because we got like 2 health, so I think that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Don't mind
And-
me then. I don't have anything to say. I'll be in the truck.
Oh my gosh, finally. Finally. There we go. Pew-pew! Are you sad, bestie? Are you moping? Bestie, are you moping? Oh my god, what the fuck? Uns by Dimitri Vegas? Nice. Where'd it go? I think Bestie is pouting over here. Are we ready to go? I think they're both giving me the silent treatment over here, which is really mean. Whatever, I can talk to myself. I don't need them.
Level enemies. Clown. Mentalist. Shadow child.
Fuck the child. Oh, I hate the shadow
Oh,
child.
lovely.
Oh, but we got so much strength.
Hey.
Oh, and I got the
child.
indestructible drone. I almost forgot.
Bestie, here you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, it's a ducky. I want one of these. For reals. I want one of these. They're so cute.
Sorry, sorry, piano coming through. Piano coming through. Fucking. Oh my god! Why are you fucking with me? I hate everything. Everything, always in life, is shit. Balls, come on. Come on, there we go. There we go. That'll work.
No, wait, don't take the card. I got stuff under the bed. No! No! Cardi! Cart!
Oh,
Come
it's
back,
Cardi.
Cardi!
It's the cart's Cardi B. Haha. Get it? Cardi B. Ducky also wants one of those duckies, which I totally understand.
I'm with you with that, Ducky.
Even I, who hate the Apex Predator, would enjoy one of those plushy ducks. Oh, we got some headphones. Whoa! Nice! Just use Pokestart, Bear, and then you can start catching it.
I can hear him. He's got the headphone. Oh, it's my favorite item.
They're really good. Just use Pokestart, Bear, to begin your Pokemon journey. You want to join us? Oh man. Just missed it. But there will always be more Pokemons. Oh my god, one of these I would love. A plushy gnome. There we go! Yeah! Who's your daddy? That's right. Fucking give me the cart. Send the cart here. Oh my gosh, I swear to God. I killed a mentalist all by my lonesome.
Clown your
No! Fuck! Oh shit. Alright, fuck it. You got a diamond here as well. Falafelstaden. What the fuck? What is this? Bear, what are you doing? What are you doing, Bear? This is like the most unhinged combo of different songs. What is even going on? It's cultural, okay? I got the cart here? Balls. Man, they stole the cart from me. That's mean. We got a PSP there. Big ass statue here. Viva la vida. Soppgirobygget, even. Like, they have some songs that are really good, and some songs that are just too much. This is a big map as well. Where even am I? Oh, Jesus, fuck. You saw them live a week ago? Dope, man. I can imagine that they're really, really dope live. That's a clown in a pot? Oh, it's actually a clown in a pot. Oops. Alright, so this is the furthest one away. So if they just send it... Who's this? Who's coming over? Hey,
You better
Stony!
explain to me, where's all the items in the cart?
That there were a ton of items in the carts.
Yeah, where'd they go?
How the fuck would I know?
They came
I
back to us with only one item.
seriously?
Yeah, what did you do?
I encountered the clown and then I ran away from it. That's about it.
Fucking...
What the fuck? Hey, what up, ST?
What the fuck did you do to the cart? Why is it empty?
I didn't do anything, it was the clown.
What?
It was the clown, not me.
Mm-hmm. But you made the clown do it, though.
How would I make the clown do it? I encountered it and I hid.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Oh my fucking god, I swear to Jeebus. Let's see here. Anything here? No, nothing here. Oh my god, this is the other... Okay, fine. You called on the cart several times. Oh, that's true, I did. You think that's why? Like, I called the cart, so the clown was, like, annoyed with it?
Thank you, Bear, for explaining. I believe that explanation.
Yeah, I can believe that as well.
There's a statue right here.
I know. But there's also an extraction point nearby. Is this Berangmiri? Lasered you and all the items in it, including the one you were holding right above the car. That's true. Yeah. Alright, so I guess it was my fault.
Told ya.
Fuck's
Clown
sake.
respawn.
Clown despawned. Nice. Come here! Come on. It showed up and I hid. Lies. Shut up, Bear! I did hide! I also called the cart several times, but that's not necessarily part of the story. Hiya! There we go.
Something is on its way, and I don't know what it is.
It's the Shadow Child, I'm pretty sure. Because it's teleporting all over the place.
Where did
Jesus.
Stony go?
Just 8k. I don't know. He ran away.
Shadow child left.
Oh my gosh. Wait, there should have been whatever. We'll find it later.
Oh, you
Clown
probably
nearby.
destroyed it. Because that room is empty.
There's a monster here. Ouch. Fuck. Alright. 2, 3, 4. And now it's fucking up our card again. Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh my god, and now it's just stuck there. Yep. It'll just bash the cart until it
Fuck
breaks.
the cart.
Yep. Yeah, it's just fucking up the cards.
Yeah.
Clown left.
Just fucking put me in the carts.
I'm waiting for Stony to press F.
Clown nearby.
Maybe. If you're being a nice boy. got most of the stuff in the car though. And Doc.
Okay, let's just get the first point done.
Yeah.
Clown left. Shadow child despawned.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I died again.
Wait, did Doc jump out of it? Oh, Doc is
Was
still
it?
there.
But at least, like, we got 2 big ticket items, so we're definitely gonna make the quota, but all the small items have just been destroyed.
We need this one too, right?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh, nice. Those
Should we
survived.
take Doc out? No. No. He can come with.
Clown despawned.
Asshole. Hey, I'm back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give life. Please give life. Yes. 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 Oh my gosh, thank you very much. Whee! Now we're running. Alright, that's where I died. Yeah. Vem fan är du? Vill veta det nu. Kommer ifrån
Gällivare City. 173, inte enorm.
Ja, dig på party, dricka lonken, vara bakis. I thought we were gonna wait with that one, but sure. I thought we were gonna wait with that one because that one is closer than the other one.
Oh, I didn't see that there were 3 of them. I'm sorry, guys.
That's all good. That's all good. We all make mistakes, and I forgive you.
I will forgive you for yours, though, Doc. So
No, I know. I know. I just want to show that I'm the bigger person here.
Yeah, you are. In circumference.
What the fuck?
I'm quite proud of that one.
I mean, it was a good layup. I gotta say, it's fair. Oh my god.
173, inte 190.
Jag kan bjuda dig på lonke. Nej, bjuda dig på party. Dricka lonken. Vara bakis.
Vara bakis. Could you maybe send the link to your jam? Because I can't hear your music. And I want to be able to listen to the music.
I mean, yeah, I could. Let me fix actually.
You little shit. Kid. I ain't got enough lights.
Du ihåg när det var MTV som vi kollade på och inte fattade. No playing view.
What joke was Ducky gonna make? Were you actually being funny, Doc?
What?
Were you being funny?
How was I being funny?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
When was I being funny?
I don't know. I just see the Ducky wrote, haha, I'm going to make that joke. Which joke do you mean, sweet Ducky?
I don't remember even what joke I made, because I have a memory like a goldfish. What happened to the cart second time? Oh, come on. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I sent the jam link in the VIP chat.
Mentalist
Seas Monster brings cart. The mentalist I can kill. That's fine. I've done it before.
That's a nice clip, Bear. That's a really nice clip.
Is it though, or is it mean?
It's always mean, but that's amazing.
Alright, let's see. Bestest joke of the wait. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. So the fat joke was funny. Haha. So much fun.
Shadow child left. Shadow child nearby.
The Shadow Child can eat shit. That's what I think. I'm gonna send this
Shadow
and
Child
just
left.
run. We all make mistakes. Oh, you clipped that as well, Bear? Fucking hell. Thank you for the clips, Bear. Bear clipped your fat joke as well. I just ran. I just straight up ran. As soon as I could, I ran. Cause that's who I am. I'm a big old wimpy coward. Oh my gosh. We can find the joke later as well, like in the VOD, and clip it. Otherwise, hey, Soul, whenever you're watching this, Bestie made a fat joke about me. We should clip that, apparently. So mean. Daylight come and we wanna go home. What's he doing? Is it Stony or Bestie? It's Bestie who's playing around with the monsters.
Jose de Nego, Manon, Melon,
Curiositron. Replicanum. Why am I yawning? Alright. Oh, this one health is just 7k now. That's amazing. We should definitely get some health. If it's that cheap. I woke up. I'm looking good. I wanna dance so bad. My legs wanna move. Telephone ring ring. Whee! It's 29k for each strength upgrade now. 22, 29, 26. 7k for the... Do we want sprint speed? A lot or a little bit of sprint speed? Probably need items though. A trank gun each? That would be fun, I think. Right? Everyone wants a trank gun.
No, I would go for the false one.
Sorry?
The purple one, you see it?
Yeah? Is that better?
Go for it. Yeah, that's better.
Aha! Alright, so we got those two. What else do we want? We're gonna do some stamina upgrades. Please help me. There we go. Perfect. Let's go! Where's Bestie? Where'd she go?
I want to have fun.
Oh my gosh, there you are. I also want to point out that Good Guy is an asshole. Passa på to shop when she's not
asked
here.
what?
True, true.
What?
Good Guy did a knocking thingy.
When she's not here? Oh no. What did I do? I was reading about the stuff with the...
Sorry, I had to go pull out my white monster. The
What?
drink, the white monster. Mina motorsågstricks. Ja. I got a gun.
I want to build up my feet up as one for a week could be in my lungs and heart. Oh, fuck, Ducky, I'm sorry.
Let's make his... Oh Jesus, that sucks. Swollen sweet. Swollen feet or sucky as fuck.
Swollen sweet? Swollen wheat?
Oh my gosh.
Crescent moon?
Could be in my lungs and heart. Oh, fuck's sake. That is annoying.
Level enemies. Rogue. Chef. 4 gnomes.
4 gnomes. The chef we
There's
can all
always
kill.
more than one.
The chef we can all kill. The rogue is the one we gotta shoot or trank.
How do you kill the chef? Just pick him up?
Yeah. We have enough strength to just pick him up and start murdering them.
Smack him around.
Smack him.
That's what I usually do with boys.
Scottish, it's crap!
No, Bear, I actually love driving. Stop at a passenger, please.
I bet my right leg she's a passenger. I mean, in this game, yes.
I really love driving. I really love driving, so...
Yeah, but you
in
love
real life-
being in the cart in this game.
Of course. I don't trust you with this game. Don't
That's
forget to
mine.
leave.
That's my PlayStation.
No, I got it.
I want it. I want you, what do you mean you got it? It's over here. The cart is here.
Fine.
You destroyed it. It was worth 1,000. Now it's just 173. Oh my gosh. Frick, my right leg. I need a water pill. Yeah, and I know there are there's like medicines to drive out water in your body, like diuretics. Jebate kurwa oniad! Fuck's sake. Whatever. They done murdered us. Oh my gosh. Kogen. Disco gym. Biceps, triceps, allmänt grym. Käften. Jag backar dig, det vet du. Alright, let's see. Why can't I aim for shit?
Rogue nearby.
This is the easiest way to get to you guys. Just stand in the cart and wait. That was fucking lucky. Should we? Should we try to, like, yeah.
No, it's up and down is
down.
better. Yeah.
Chef
Yeah, up, down, up, down, up, down, up,
Chef.
down, up. No!
Road died.
Fucking yes! Finally. Did Bestie die?
Bitch ass punk.
No? Oh my
no,
gosh.
I'm here. I'm here.
Everyone's here? Nice, nice.
Out of 200 HP, I got 60 left. Jeez.
Yeah, I got 81 as well, so... We're in the same boat
We're
here.
screwed.
Alright, this is the last extraction up here. We're not going to use this one yet.
Oh,
I had the
dang.
best combo of clips. Fair point. That's who I am. What do you mean that's who I am? What the fuck? Wait, I gotta check
Yeah,
these clips.
I got it. Yeah, we gotta listen to this one.
Wait, balls. Unmute site. Alright, that's the clip. I don't trust you with this game. Ass. Alright, fair point. It's good stuff.
That's a good combo of clips.
That is a good combo for sure.
You showed your true colors, didn't ya?
Yep. I'm a big
Bitch
old
asshole.
rim.
Bitch asshole.
Do you want to grab this, please?
Got it.
Thank you. Kryssa i min bucket list att jag vill åka
Oh,
runt
I'm behind
trappar
you.
innan jag dör. Chaufför.
Oh, that was the door. I thought it was a monster.
Yeah, no.
Scared
It
me
was
straight to hell.
It was the door.
Scared the shit out of me.
I didn't mean to scare the shit out of you. Sorry,
No,
honey.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I got more stuff up here.
Good job.
Fuck you, cart. Oh, come on. Wizard goblin head. Oh, it's a little one. Nice. Fy fan, då är vi på Norrland är guld.
Nope. Right up. Gotcha.
Nothing up there?
There's a love potion up there. So
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna try to get it. Oh, fuck!
Nice.
Wrong way again.
It's
I'm
called
going
directional
everywhere.
awareness.
I can't help where it takes me. God damn it! You can give it a go.
The
It
fuck?
takes a special person to screw up this badly.
Oh, fuck off! Dude,
Thank you, Card.
why is this card such an ass?
I think that was towards me though.
No, it's whoever fucks up the worth of a thing.
You get up there on the first try, you fucking bitch.
Yeah,
I'm
you,
so jealous.
What you gotta do
got
is...
it.
Ah, fuck's sake. What you gotta do is, like, as
Yeah,
you're
show
in
me.
here,
Get up there again.
you
get up
you
there.
walk backwards. Walk backwards and it'll launch you forwards.
Ah, I didn't know that. Thank
Yes, it's like opposite day.
you.
True,
I love that.
true. Oh my gosh, crushing so hard.
Men grejen är...
622. Googlar du så kanske du förstår. Okay. What do you mean I don't have that ball? Fuck you, game. I got so many balls. I got balls out the wazoo. Has Stoney checked this room? He has. There's fucking nothing in here. Oh, nice, nice. It's a PlayStation 1? Oh my gosh. I had one of these.
Stuff nearby. I would drop kick you if I had legs.
Ah, come on! No, no, no! I want to kill you. Come on. How am I not lifting him up?
Jeff died.
Fucking finally. Oh my god. I hate that guy. Wait, I got a magnifying glass. I think we gotta go back with this now.
Yeah.
It's kind of full. Oh, but there's one small item over here as well.
Hello!
Telescope, hello. Oh, Jesus! Fucking balls.
Good job. Good job, man.
Yeah. The
Easily done, though.
telescope messed it
Oh,
up.
there's something in here. There's something in here.
If you can carry it yourself, it'd be nice.
It's a wand.
Yay, Google Swiss Cash. It's one of the... It's not necessarily super new, but it is a cute one, yeah. I mean, there should be like an extension panel further down underneath the stream, where you can see all your Pokemon and stuff, and there should be pictures of them and stuff. Like, you can do Pokemon battles, and there are weekly missions and shit, and you can level up your Pokemons and stuff. Apparently Nobles and Pixie are both, like, high-level Poke trainers in this game. This community game. Where's Bestie? Is she on her way?
No, I thought she was of you.
She's on her way. I see her. I see her running. Does she have anything fun? Hey,
It
Bestie.
was the broom. It was the broom, but I broke the box. I
Nice.
fell down and it broke. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
The fuck are you guys doing?
What do you mean the
The
fuck
fuck's
are we?
going on?
Oh, the cats. I thought you were talking about us.
No, no, for once I was talking about my kitties. The fuck's going on? Bull, 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 bull. What's up?
Bull, 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 bull. Oh, sorry. Wait, did I, like, catch you in the cards? Oh my gosh. Right.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Alright. Where did I hear nasty sounds? Oh, come on! Shut up! Oh, heard nasty sounds was just your voice? I get it.
Yeah. You've called me worse, so I mean, it's fine.
I've called you worse than nasty sounds? Yeah, I definitely have.
Yep. Yeah, you have.
100% I have.
Should I open up this one right here?
Yeah. Ooh, what's these? Old
looks
school
cool as
TV,
fuck.
chronometer, 35K as well, dude.
We like that.
There we go.
What was... Something crashed up here. Tony, what did you do?
Nothing.
That's
Tony.
that's the voice of a guilty man.
I just saw the thing shatter. Didn't see what it was.
Oh gosh. Man, this game is way more enjoyable when we got shared stuff. Where Bear is clipping again. Holy shit, Bear! What are you doing here? What are you doing here? You just added the for once. Oh my gosh. If you could carry it yourself, it'd be nice. Oh my lord. Here we go. Alright. Where are we going? Where are we going? Come on, come on. Hello? Hey!
Hello?
Got a delivery! Hey, you sexy man. What the fuck? Alright. He pushes the cart to make it 10 times funnier. I am so funny, actually. Ikvan. Hopefully we made a ton of cash this time. Would have been nice. 63K, I mean it's something. Could have been more. Come on, what the fuck? How am I not able to carry you, dude?
Yeah, making room for it.
Ah! I have no fucking stamina left. Jesus! We got a chef with us. We got a chef with us.
Nice. He wanted to come to the store with us, probably.
Probably.
Not Benny Hill! Oh my god!
That's such a good
right
addition. That's such a good addition.
Let's see. Oh no,
Oh, my
I
lord.
can only get...
We should buy some energy crystals, I think.
Bessie,
Yeah?
that glitch doesn't work anymore.
What?
That doesn't work anymore.
No? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
the glitch is over.
Well, I need help.
Yeah.
I need help.
Yeah,
Get you a health.
buy it. Oh. Alright then.
That's what you get when you give me bad news, man.
It's 11K. Oh, we can actually buy another 100 health if we need it. If we don't
I think
use
you need it.
If we don't use it, will it just be in the truck?
Yeah.
Oh no, wait.
Yeah.
It costs 13 and not 11. Never mind. We can't buy it.
I actually tried to learn this one when I played the saxophone. It's too fun.
Oh, sorry, that's a burp.
That's a very nasty burp, man. God
We
damn.
have 7k left. There's a fucking sniper rifle,
Yes.
but it's stuck in there. Like I can't remove it.
Just give it time.
There we go.
Right when he jumped too. No, please don't. Not me. I didn't do anything right there.
Oh! Oh! Whoop!
You see? Why did you do
No
that? Please don't kill
witnesses!
me.
No witnesses!
Please don't.
No witnesses! No witnesses. Good. Good. Wait. No, you come here. There we go. I feel a little bit bad, but that was also funny. What do you mean, fuck you? You stay there. Welcome
I didn't
back.
say fuck you.
What was it?
No, my health.
Yeah, but it'll go back.
I hope so, for your sake.
That's what people told me when they killed me in the store, at least.
I'll believe it when I see it.
What is this fucking jazz, man? Jesus.
I mean, I love jazz, but I didn't feel like jazz today.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna take the 25 too.
Yeah, dude,
If I
do
may?
it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Do it. Surf and Bird by Trashman. Oh, that's a nice one.
Ooh, that one was good though.
That one is
Could
good.
you take Mr. Lou too? I haven't heard Mr. Lou in forever.
Misery Lou or Mr. Lou?
No, Mr. Lou. It's
Headman,
let's see.
upscreen, bowtie, peeper, duck.
Duck? The fuck? That's a lot of people.
Level 6, so 6 mobs.
That's too much though. I don't want it. Mr. Lou by Dick Dale? What the fuck? What is this? Don't tell me this is another extraction point. No, it's not. It's just unnecessary is what it is. What the fuck? So far up. There was only one thing up here.
What did you say?
It was only one thing up here. Like all that way and
That's
just one thing.
Just beware of the edge. Whoa.
It's 4.5k though, so it's something, you know?
Yeah, that's not that bad. Discoteca.
About the bird, bird is the word. What is this? Saber Dance by Adam Kachaturian and various artists. Sick.
No, about the word. Well, everybody knows that the bird is bird.
I love how you can hear Bestie singing as well. Just straight vibing. I think there are monsters nearby. Literally like 3 monsters here. Oh, wait, can I trank the duck? I can! Oh, come on! Sorry, Ducky. Sorry, Ducky. But I had to.
Bowtie died.
It was me or the apex predator. And I decided I wanted to survive. Oh, fuck off! Hey! Nice, right.
Fucking off scream, I hate you so much. You're so fucking silly.
Stony is on a killing spree. He's just straight up murdering things. I'm sorry, but your baby was made out of money. Something I don't know what to do now. Of course I do. I love hearing weird, fucked up shit. Upstream nearby. We can kill the upstream though. Oh, come on! Fucking peeper. Yeah, no, I get it that I'm losing HP.
Peeper despawned. Upstream died.
Yay.
I found an atom bomb kind of thing.
The fuck?
I don't dare. Yeah, I don't. It's
Nope.
up. It's up the stairs. Yeah.
Oh my god, the nook.
The nook.
Oh, the nook. It's a nook.
The nook!
I don't dare touch it though, because I'm so fucking close to the stuff. So I'm not touching it.
I have the indestructible zone.
Perfect. You can use it. 'Cause
Alright,
I ain't
let's
touching
go.
That.
Oh, you added the
No, I
drone.
thought-
Nice.
I don't know the best way to use of it though. I can still. Doctor, I can still pull up with the drone on it.
That's fine. It's just me. If I die, it'd be expected.
Yeah, but I don't know what the range is of it.
I mean, just don't be nearby, I guess. There we go. Alright. Ooh. Not hating this. Fintroll. Oh my gosh, of course it's Fintroll. Let's see. Alright. Ah!
Yeah, watch out. The headphones are in there too.
Yeah, I saw them. Amazing! Yeah!
Ah, wonderful.
So I'm a big Locus and auction guy, right? Oh, cool. Found an old wallet, always look in the coin pouch for old or new coins, never tell the seller, just pay for the wallet and leave, so that's what I did. But when I came home, I discovered a driver's license in the wallet. And when I look it up, he's been dead for 3 years? So now I'm in the possession of a dead man's driver's license. You should probably, honestly, like, you should probably bring it to the police and be like, hey, did this guy die of natural causes? Because if that dude was murdered like 3 years ago, and you found his driver's license in a wallet at a yard sale, you might have found a murderer as well, is what I'm saying. You should definitely check the, like, bring it to the cops.
Oh my god.
Definitely bring it to the cops, man. It doesn't help that he died in his mid-50s. I mean, I'm trying to help. This is literally helpful. Bring it to the cops, man.
You really should, Bear.
Like a dead dude's driver's license? Yes.
If someone finds that in your home, you're the one gonna be
Yeah, right?
the suspect. So, yeah, you should bring that to the cops.
As soon as possible, preferably as well. Because, like, if you have it for, like, a month, and they're like, wait, why did you keep this for a month? Is this, like, your trophy? Oh my gosh. Hey chat, if Bear ever gets accused of being a serial killer, remember, he's most likely not. It's just a sad coincidence. You've already spent the coins? The coins are whatever. It's the driver's license itself. The driver's license is the important part, I think. Because especially, like, if there were collector's coins, I assume you sold them to like a pawn shop or something. And in that case, you can always buy them back if they'd be something. It's too crusty for daily use. They can have the wallet too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like wallet and driver's license. Absolutely. Ah, peeper! Ah! Serves her right. For 40 crowns and 2 crown coins. I mean, not that strange, I don't think, because, like, people usually don't use their coins. Like, imagine he buys something worth 38, like, once a week or something, I don't know. I don't know. The 40 crowns and 2 crown coins is kind of whatever, I'd say. But old driver's license. Fuck, you know what? I walked the wrong way, but now this is it's gotta be this way, just because I'm not gonna walk back. There we go. Only in 2 crown coins? Yeah, that doesn't... That's not too weird, I wouldn't say. Maybe just save the 2 crown coins, because he's like, these are fucking stupid. Could be so many different things, man. But yeah, the driver's license, definitely. Because he was most likely murdered. And now you've bought a piece of evidence. Oh, fuck off. Wait. I'm just kidding. He probably wasn't murdered, but they definitely, like, bring old driver's licenses to the cops. Always. There we go. Oh, there's something here. Level's right next to the police station. Oh my gosh, for sure. For sure. I'm gonna stream until 12 o'clock at least. That's my plan. Oh, come on, really? He gets stuck there? Alright, fuck it. I think I got the old man stuck down there. Thank you. Where's his orb? Oh. Som påverkat oss, kanske var det då i whisky. Ingen mer på det. Vi var ju faktiskt kingarna från MK3. See you in like 30-40 minutes. Oh my god, thank you so much, Bear. This is like the oh my gosh, yep. Murder mystery. If you can look up his obituary, Mig gave a clue on how he died. True. I'm hiding, but I'll be right back. Alright, gotcha.
Okay, let's get the first point done, shall we?
Yeah. Wait, balls. Mayday. Här kommer fjällräddningspatrullen. Oh wait, it's just one more thing here.
Upscream respawned.
Fuck the upscream. If it's nearby, I'm gonna murder it.
Peeper nearby.
Oh no. Right, so the peeper is over
Upscream
there.
nearby. Duck nearby.
Hey, Upscream, are you here? Yeah, you are.
Upscream died.
Yeah, of course he did. What the fuck?
Headman despawned.
When the title will include half a day without Dune
Duck
Awakening. Fuck off, dude.
Bowtie despawned.
Also, hey Fasu, nice to have you here. Oh my gosh.
Duck nearby.
Ah, fuck's sake, Peeper!
You'll be fine.
Oh, whoops! Oh no, what's this?
Peeper despawned.
Oh no! Oh, too bad. It's a good to find a thing that you like. I really fucking enjoy Dune as well. Oh my gosh. If people aren't following Fasu, they should. He's a chill streamer, variety streamer, but coolest thing is he's challenger in Wild Rift. Cause he's a fucking boss. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright. Solo queue. Wait, you're challenger in solo queue? Dude, that's insane. Fucking master. Oh shit, right. Oh my god, we've killed them so many times. Will this be enough room though? Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna... There we go. Fucking dope, Fasu. How does it feel being a fucking legend? How does it feel, huh? Oh my gosh. That was so much money. Aldrig trilla dit, men det blev en gång till. Yeah, but yeah, this game is way more fun and easier when you all share strength and shit.
Headman respawned.
Oh yeah, Headman respawned. I'ma murder that guy.
Respawned.
I'ma murder that guy as well. Cease.
Peeper respawned.
I hate these. There we go. First time getting it. This mode for it. Fucking dope. Fucking dope, Fasu. Challenger and solo queue is fucking difficult, dude. What position do you play in solo queue? You feel like a top, if you know what I mean. It is a sexual innuendo joke. The card is on its way. Oh, ouchies. The fuck? How did I fall down all the way here? First time as a support. That's the reason why I hate ADCs. No, I totally fucking understand that. I started out my League career as a support, and I have never liked ADCs because of it. Fuck, I destroyed that. Like, ADCs are some fucking divas, and they matter, like, maybe 5% of the time. Mostly it's the mid and top. And jungle and support are super important. ADC just feels like, oh, we gotta have that in the game, I guess. Top gets boring, but they bring Hullbreaker back. Oh, cool. You've been playing jungle and mid. Dope. Mid's been my jam for a while. But I'm not good at League. I just enjoy playing it. Average score? Wait, I can't see. 182? Dude. Dude. I can't play PC version. Oh yeah, no, that I understand. But I only play PC. Oh my gosh. It's like, fuck, there's, ah. There should be more up there, but I couldn't see anything. Mouse and keyboard gameplay is non-existent. Man, at least you know your limitations. I act like
3 items nearby.
like I can still do stuff. 3 items nearby? Like what? What are those items? And where are those items?
What items?
Huh?
What items?
The card says there are 3 items nearby.
It's in the point.
Oh, okay.
Bowtie despawned.
Oh my gosh.
Huntsman respawned.
Give me the cash. I want the cash. Bye. Oh, okay. Just got destroyed. Fuck it, whatever. Huntsman is out, at least. Like, I've had a mouse since November. Been working on a laptop without a mouse for 12 plus years. Oh, dude, so if you've been working without a mouse for 12 plus years, yeah, of course you're not going to be used to having a mouse at all. Console gamer and mobile only before that. Yeah, no. Then I understand your situation way more. I'm like the opposite. I've always had a mouse and a keyboard. And whenever I've had a laptop, especially for work, where it's like, oh, it's just touchpad, or even worse, the fucking little clitoris they have, the touch, the thing. I fucking hate those. You can't maneuver for shit compared to a mouse. Yeah, the red dots. I really, really dislike that. Wait, where's Bestie? Alright, you know what? We're gonna leave her. You can, but it takes skill. Yeah, skill that I don't have or want. Is Bestie in here?
Yeah.
Hey, Duck. See? Ducky, your child is alive and well. And coming with us home. Man, I'm honestly, like, I really want to know what happened with Bear's found driver's license. Viner från Kiruna, min rackarstans i Noa.
I'll be right back.
Wow, okay, fine. Yippee, baby's following his daddy. We got 124k. 124k, gang. How much strength? 7 strength. 26, 29, 22. Is it worth it just grabbing 3 strength? Oh my god, we could grab so much health instead. Right, we're definitely gonna grab the health. We're just gonna be invincible unless we fall down. Wait, actually we can just dump it in there.
And I'm back.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Bestie's back.
Tell
Tell
a
her
friend. I'm the friend. I can tell you. I can tell myself.
Yay! Yes. No, Doctor's not left alone. Where did Sony go?
He went away though. I think he went to the bathroom.
Ah.
The little boy's room.
I've heard the expression, he went somewhere he can't send anyone else.
He can only go himself.
Yes. I'ma need some... Oh.
What? Why are you doing this?
I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, come on. Now you're doing it on purpose, though.
Yes, I want to try to do it again. That was fun. That was fun. Stand still so I can hit you, bitch.
I don't want to get hit.
Damn it. You're so boring, quiet.
You can throw out the... Did you want health? Yeah, okay, so you put it on already. Nice, nice, nice. You got 3k left.
Does Stony, do you need any health?
No.
Doc, you need health though.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
I don't. Okay.
I can
Sure.
do this.
Sure.
All right.
Jesus.
Let's go. Let's go. Motherfuckers. And now I'm in the Discord as well with Sony in the VIP channel.
Oh, great.
Oh no, wait, no, that's really bad for the stream actually, because I can hear you twice then. God fucking damn it.
That's why I have you muted on your stream, because I don't like the echo.
10 strength, 8 stamina. Are we fucking game, gang? Are you ready?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Let's murder! Murder! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my gosh. Museum of Human Art. Oh Jesus, I fucking hate this.
Level
What?
enemies.
Ah.
Clown. Reaper. Animal. Mentalist. 2. Spewers.
Oh, I haven't been here.
It's kind of cool, but also really, really disturbing. And get a banana with a bow on it. Oh no. Jesus, fuck, that is disturbing. Seriously, like, not finding anything here? Or we're gonna run up. Hopefully there's something here. Yes. Could the cart come up here, though? Nothing there. Oh, nice. Thank you, carts. There we go. Oh, fuck, I forgot to recharge my trank gun as well. Well. So annoying. Like, they have tripwires for nothing. How did I use up my 120 stamina already?
Animal nearby.
Oh, really?
Clown nearby.
Oh.
Clown left. Animal died. Spewer nearby.
There we go. What's this?
Clown nearby.
Oh, come on! Come on. No, the clown is still here. The clown is here. I didn't kill it. It's hurt as fuck. Yes.
How's that going for you, Doc?
Oh, come on!
Nicely done. Nicely done, Stony. This side too? Oh my god. Just, oh.
Fuck off! I killed the animal already. I got a spear on me as I killed the... Or I was trying to kill the clown.
not the one firing.
Skewer despawned.
Sorry about the alien.
Why can't I hurt it? Ah! Stony, save me! Hey, bloop, 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 bloop. Come on. Shoot her! Shoot her!
Hunter died.
Yeah! Thank you. I've never heard this song before.
No, I know.
Mentalist.
This is all me.
Hey, Doug, do you have the indestructible by any chance?
I do.
Like,
What?
But you.
That's mine! That's mine! Come back here! Come back here! I gotta recharge my trank gun. Oh Jesus, that's a lot of stuff as well. Nice.
Right.
The fuck? What the fuck?
What the hell?
What happened?
You happened.
What do you mean I happened?
Yeah, you happened.
I didn't do anything.
You always do it. You
It's always
do
my fault.
Something.
It's always
Yeah.
DrVem's fault.
Yeah.
put it down, put it down, put it down, put it down.
Ouchies. I do what I want, okay?
It hurts you when if you're still holding it when it's
Yeah,
like,
I realized. Fuck's sake. We should probably just send this, right?
yeah, definitely.
I'm calling the carts here so we can fill it with the cash bag. We definitely need a second cart soon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just carry the cash then, I guess. Surplus valuable, 850 to 1,100. Nah, it's a little bit more than that, actually.
Damn it.
Hey, what up,
Skewer
gang?
respawned.
What up?
Where's the next, thing?
I don't know. Ooh, that's a hole. Hole on the floor.
Yeah.
Skewer nearby.
Fucking finally.
There's something up
thank you.
here. Ooh, this is something good.
Ooh.
Oh my god, it's the head. It's a baby head.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck, there's a hole there. Almost ran right into it. Lord Almighty. Oh, come on!
Mentalist respawned. Mentalist nearby. Skewer.
Mentalist nearby. Let's see. There we go. Is that the spewer? The other spewer? It is.
Skewer died.
Fuck you, spewer. Alright. No! Balls. Alright, we're gonna... Dr. Big Hold by Extraction Point, thank you so much for telling me. Bestie's dead? That sucks. Very sad about that. We gotta send all this soon, because it's like too much stuff. We're murdering all the monsters like crazy. Who's that? Oh, that's you. Hey! Haha! Let's see here. It's a hand? Yeah, we're gonna send this. I don't give a fuck. It's just so much stuff. I'm gonna send it, bestie. I'm gonna... Do you want to get revived or no? Yes? And this is where I yank your head out of there. What's what thing? What is Stony? What's nearby Stony? Welcome back!
Thank you! I
We're
was
so happy
carrying
to have
a
you.
big baby head, and I fell into this hole because I didn't see it.
Oh no! Did the baby head go as well then, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
I
held it.
Of course, my horse.
I was over here, and I don't think you...
Yeah. Whoa! Alright, there we go. Alright. Let's see here. That's a big baby head as well. That's a little hand. Is it time to get handsy? Oh, come on. I got a baby head.
Yeah, that's the thing I was... that kind of thing I was carrying.
Yeah,
Could you give me some health, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You don't have that much, though. You don't have that much.
I got like 48, it's fine.
I'm ready, Tony.
Don't have that much. Wow, calling me poor.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Alright, let's see if we can get this hand. Hiya. High five! Man. We really need to find the next extraction point. Nice. Fucking finally. Thank you. Oh, come on.
Wisdom chases you, but you are faster.
No, fuck you, Cart! What the fuck?
I saw that one.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god. Be careful with the extraction.
I'll try to.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
That's what he said.
They usually do.
Animal respawned.
Nice.
Clown respawned.
Nice. So even more cash for us.
I got a
Best
gem
you try-
burger.
Best you try and pass it up to me, if you can. Oh, thank you.
First, I'm gonna go get the baby head too.
Okay.
So you're gonna stand up here and just receive stuff, right?
Ah, tea party.
Yes, a big tea party.
Tea party? What are you talking about?
There's a tea party happening.
Tony, there you are. Thank you.
Next.
Nice.
Good.
I killed the Reaper.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm not useless anymore in this game.
Well, you're a
Ah,
bit useless, but not as much.
Which one do you want to take first? Well,
Mine.
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 Next. Thank you. Next.
Broom broom plane.
Okay, next.
Damn it. Nope.
Come on. You're saying next and then not grabbing it. Well,
Oh, I was looking to check, streamer things,
wow, wow.
Let it go.
Wait,
Doc.
who wants
Let
to
it go.
bet that the doctor dies at this extraction point? Shut up, ducky.
Dog,
Oh
let it
shit.
go.
Ah, fuck. I'm listening,
God
I
damn it.
think.
Oh,
You're never listening.
What?
That's the.
What?
why
Did
you
you
think
say
it's
something?
crazy.
What? Oh, is a duck. Duck with a hat.
I might do it
A dat.
tonight.
We got a little duck thing here. This is like your aunt. The duck aunt. The daunt.
the duck can't ignore.
Oh! I found it. I found it. The blood. I can.
What the fuck? What is that? Oh, it's that one. Oh my gosh!
I hated it so much. That's awful. Let's see. A little silver fish. Why not?
I think that's it then. So you can definitely send it.
You can do it, Sony.
What kind of monster is it here? Oh, it's you. No, no, no! Come here, come here, come here! I think I can just carry you. Yeah, I can. Nice. Don't even have to trank you. No, come here, come here. Come here, 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 come here. Come here! Woo! Fuck's sake. Oh, come on! There we go. I wanted to kill it. Alright, we need the last extraction point, but where is the last extraction point?
Such a good boy!
I murdered! I have committed murder.
Good boy! The Reaper.
No, that was
wait,
the
we have
I killed the animal, not the Reaper.
I was talking about the Reaper because the part was, not because of you.
Oh,
I'm not
sorry.
listening to you.
I'm so sorry.
Never.
Yeah, that's the next extraction point. Well done, bestie.
Oh my god, there's a hole here too? I'm so gonna die here.
If you stand up there and press F, it should just safely get to you. That's 120k in the thing.
No. Tony has it, so I'll just stand here.
Press F now.
Well, maybe Stoney needs it. Where did you steal it from him?
I didn't steal it from him.
There's something in that room at the back.
Yep.
Yeah, it's up the top.
Wait, let me... Fuck, I've been up there before, I couldn't find it. Kurvan, yeah.
Spewer respawned.
Hunt the spewer, it's extra cash.
Spewer nearby.
Alright. Med mig på logen, gena genom skogen, på slatten, och jag hela natten, tera att jag levererar. I can't see it. That's the worst thing. Like, where the fuck is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be like here, but it's not here. I think it's like downstairs. Nope. Yeah, I can't find it. I was up at the top and I just didn't see it. It's supposed to be here, but it's not here. So it's either a bug or something I haven't, and I'm not able to see. It's like I really need to go to the bathroom too. I'm gonna run back to the truck, and then go for a little bathroom break. Oh, come on! Well, alright, fuck it then. I'm heading to the bathroom.
Opa! No!
Okay, fuck.
Got it. Boop boop. That was so scary. There were like 4 of them together at the same time. I'm just happy I survived that. And good thing I was looking at his stream because I didn't realize you guys died. Why? Why? Oh, damn, that recoil though. I'll put this one on too. Wait, if one of us takes a health, does the other one get it too?
No.
No, okay. That would be a dream come true. Should we take some more drones?
Oh my lord. I'm pissed!
Destructible.
Yeah.
So, better drone for 50 and if possible.
I survived. Did you see? Did you see? I survived. Did
You
you
survived?
see it? Yeah, I survived.
I'm so proud of you.
Didn't lose.
I'm so
We didn't
proud of
lose.
you.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Wait, was Stony dead as well, or what?
Yeah, both of you died.
Holy
I
shit!
survived.
And you
Put a
oh my
skewer on my
gosh.
face.
Bestie, you are the MVP today.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Why are we buying so many health? What the fuck?
Because obviously we need it. Both
Alright,
of you
fine.
died and I died. So I mean,
Alright, fine,
I think we
fine.
need it.
This is a really nice song, by the way. Tagya.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna add it.
When I worked the night shift, my last few months in Gävle, this song I listened to get in the zone at work.
Nice. Oh my gosh, we can have these small ones for 4K apiece.
Ooh, I can put on the song, the
No,
party
no.
song too.
Those aren't really
The party
useful.
game. Oh, damn it. Damn. Yeah.
So we should just buy as many health packs as we can and just have them in the thing.
Sure.
But yeah, I also think we do need an extra cart. Ow!
We also do need a what? An extra cart?
Yeah.
Will it work the same?
I don't know.
Who
Who knows?
So exciting.
In my mind, we just need the extra room, honestly.
Oh,
Large health pack, there we go. Wait, where did the thing go? Why did I... Oh, fuck! Why are you fucking up? I just I want to...
Tony, you want him?
Alright, we're gonna end the stream here because Bestie can't behave.
Fuck you.
No, I'm just
Fuck
fucking,
you.
I'm
You
just
love
fucking with
this.
you. I'm just fucking with you. Let's see. Thank you.
Wait, there's a health pack in here. Do we want it?
Yeah, that's the one we wanted, yeah, that's... No, fuck's sake! Ah! Oh my
It
gosh.
works the same. It works the same.
You're not allowed to joke about suicide, right? Yes, I'm not gonna do that. But you know what I'm thinking. You all know what I'm thinking right now.
Tony.
No.
Tony.
Whoa, wait.
I see you.
Whoa.
I see you. Tony. No. No. Tony.
Don't need
No. No. Oh, fuck you then,
Ligga
Tony.
med Nils.
Yeah?
Wait, why can't we just
Ligga
fucking...
med Nils. Ligga med.
I swear to God. There we go.
We don't have
167.
18 plus. We don't
Ah!
have 18 plus on this one, right?
No, we don't. Oh, balls! Fuck!
You got him. You got
Fuck!
him. Good job, Tony.
Fuck! Oh my gosh, I hate this game.
That
I hate
was
this
your
game so much.
intention, right?
No, I don't hate this game. I hate my friends. I hate my friends are assholes. Jesus fucking Christ.
That was so.
Y'all are assholes.
What? I just laughed at it. I didn't do it.
Jesus. There we go.
Ligga med news. I was gonna put on the superhångla knulla slåss, but that was a bit more. In Swedish, it's a bit worse.
But I mean,
This
this
song
is
is just-
technically an English stream, so Swedish nasty words won't register. Hopefully.
Ooh, nice.
But I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know what
Ugh.
the rules are. Let's go, Swift Broom Academy. Oh
Level
my gosh.
enemies. Rogue. Trudge. 2. Hedon.
Even.
Shadow Child.
2 hidden, yeah.
Hidden. I thought like heathens.
2 heathens.
Yeah. You are.
Jesus fucking Christ. Just for non-English speakers, this song is just I'm gonna sleep with Nils. That's it. That's it. Child nearby. Not when we're listening to this shit.
That was empty. Hey, you love it.
Luna
This
Penga.
is an old. This
Oh
is an
my
old
gosh.
drinking song. You sit in a circle, and every time the song says "Låna pengar," it goes to the next person who has to drink for the duration till the song says "Låna pengar" next time.
Oh Jesus
Very good
fucking
drinking
Christ.
game. Very good drinking game. You get very
That sounds
drunk.
fun, yeah.
Låna pengar.
Let's see. Alright. Oh my god. I found our last extraction here. I found where the last extract will be.
Oh fuck. Shadow Child.
It's really fucking close by. That's good. That's so good.
We got big guy over here. Trudge. Trudge.
You get a
Shadow
trudge?
Child nearby.
Yeah. You so angry, Trudge. Yeah, you are. I hear ya. Oh, you got the Shadow Child.
Yeah.
I think I made Trudge go this way. We'll see. Yeah, Trudge incoming.
I'm murdering something here.
Duck nearby.
Yeah, have fun.
Trudge nearby. Hidden
Yeah,
nearby.
Trudge.
Shadow Child.
Oh come on! The fuck! It's a hit. The hidden took me. You fucking asshole! Oh my gosh.
Duck nearby.
Hey Stony. Bye, Stony.
Alright, mate.
Hidden died.
There you go, Hidden. Eat balls.
Duck left.
Lona Pengar. Hi, Trudge. Hi, Truddy Trudge.
No, don't.
He's still angry.
Gonna
He's
shoot
still
him.
angry.
Alright.
You got him, or you need help?
We can both hit him.
I don't.
Watch out!
Oh shit!
Nice. Alright, I got him again. I got him again. Man.
Please stop complaining, man.
Right?
Die! Oh fuck.
It's all good. It's all good. Whoop. Down. Oh, fuck.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Oh. Fucking hell, man.
I got it.
How?
Finally!
Goodness! God
5.8k. I don't know if that's worth it, though.
Where did the cart go?
Right here.
There's a cart here.
It's right here.
Robe left.
Thank you. Rope? I don't like rope.
No, me neither. But I have
She
some
scares the shit
trank.
out of me.
I have some tranquilizer left, so. Just die already? Seriously, that
Right?
fucking.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
It was
Got
so
so
fucking
annoyed.
tanky.
Hey, Stony.
I think there's stuff up here, but I'm not getting. Fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah, there was something big in here, right?
Oh, I'm just gonna put this away. Fucking hell. Alright. Give me the fucking drone? No? Who even are you? Who even are you? Come on. Vi ska på skogsrave. I have a drone here for someone who wanted a drone. Get a drone. Got a drone here somewhere.
I almost got my pants.
Nobody wanted a drone? Alright.
You fucker, get over here. We've been waiting.
Shadow child nearby.
Where are you?
Upstairs. Stop.
Hey,
Stop.
oi.
Oi!
Shadow child left.
What up?
Oi.
Hi,
I
baby.
need the drone. Oh, cheers, mate.
Look at she.
The fuck?
This got dinged.
This cat thing!
He scared the shit out of me with his fluffy fucking tail.
Oh. Wait, I found a broom. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, please. Ooh.
You came from the corner. Right? I was just standing there.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hidden nearby.
Get your ass over here now, ball bag. I do what I want. I'm not gonna listen to you, Stony. You're not my dad. You can be my daddy. No, sorry. There we go. Alright. Next up is that huge ass fucking box. Yay! Can kill the shadow child.
Shadow child despawned.
It's so cute. I have a huntsman. I have a mini huntsman.
Nice!
Hidden nearby. A brain dead hippo would play better than this.
Fuck you, brain dead hippo! The fuck do you mean by that? I shot the hidden. I just want chat to acknowledge that I shot the hidden.
Hidden died.
I shot
Such
an
a
invisible
good
dude.
boy.
He was invisible.
Such a good boy. Do you want a snack?
I'd love a snack actually. I'm getting kind of hungry.
There's something at the extract point. There's something red over there. I'm not going.
It's the robe. Why can't we make it hurt? I can't hurt it! Somebody please help.
Need some help. Yeah, I'm right here.
No! Pulse! No! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Up, 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 up. Down. Up, down. There we go. No. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake. Oh my god.
You died. Fucking chump.
Chump! Oh, come on!
Chump. Goober.
Goober, goober.
Wait, where did the drone go?
Stony has the drone, though. I wanna go in. Come on. Fucking save me.
Oh. No. Shut up. You're dead.
Shut up.
Instead of saying anything right now.
Not dead yet.
You look very dead, mate.
Oh, yay.
Not dead yet. You look very dead.
You're very, very dead.
No, I
Oh, that can be a range.
that dead.
Daddy! Are you a daddy kind of girl? No, a daddy kind of boy? Tony, are you a daddy?
No.
Oh, I feel like you are a daddy. You seem like a daddy, like a father figure.
Like a father figure. No! No! Wait. No. I wanna be on the flying broom. There we go!
I am lying.
Why the fuck are you fucking up things in here? Go away.
What the fuck?
Yes, I am. This is not news. Fuck, I'm not good at this, Tony. I'm just fucking shit up. So I'm not gonna do anything.
That, yes.
Father, please. Father.
That, wait.
Oh my god, this old song.
That,
What did you just say?
that, freaky. Fornication.
That's
Tony's
right.
just-
That's right.
You're just being quiet over here. Feels like you're...
Is that quiet?
This might be true then.
Right? Is this an admission of guilt?
This might be. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Health, please. Health, please. Health,
From
please.
the truck.
What?
Truck.
Oh, right, shit.
Do
There we go. I took it all. It's all mine now.
we really need to buy health? Yeah.
She got taken by the hidden.
Oh, he died. Did you kill him?
Duck left.
Maybe.
Good job. Oh no.
Probably.
Hey, Estonia, I think you should call your cart.
Om det är så lyckligt skulle jag ha vingar. Om det är
Jag skulle inte ha någonting om du var ett hav. För ett hav kan inte göra någonting och kan inte äga saker faktiskt.
Joda, jag skulle kunna vara en båt på ditt hav. Och bara ha det mysigt.
No, you gotta call your cart.
Okay, should be coming.
Trudge respawn.
Alright, I'll see if I can grab it.
Coming.
Oh, there it is.
No, I wanted to give it to Sony.
What? I'm gonna give it to Stony. I'm gonna give it to Stony.
I hate you.
Hey,
I
Stony!
hate you.
Stony, I got a duck soul for you here. Only for you. No! Wait! No! 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 Come on! Take it easy! Take it easy, man! Take it easy! We're all friends here. We're all friends
Are
here.
we?
We're all
Are we?
friends. Aren't we? We're all friends. Wug trio? What the fuck is a wug trio? Let's see if I can get this. And then we go there. Ah! No!
Shadow Child respawned.
Please! Please! Mercy! Mercy! Mercy, good sir! Mercy!
Shadow Child nearby.
Nice, you're mine. Great.
Shadow Child respawn.
Hey, gamer! What up? What up? What up? Welcome. How you doing today, man? Are you okay? I hope you haven't murdered anyone today, because that would be, horrible. Not that I expect it from you, but I'm just, like, worried it might happen someday. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You're doing well? Nice. I'm, doing surprisingly well, even though people are being, mean to me. There we go. Ducky is surviving, yeah. Had some, issues with the, or you had a meeting with a doctor today, right, Ducky? That was kinda, like, good to have that info, but would have been nice to, get better news, maybe. Just imagine if you went to the doctor and they were like, no, actually, you're all good. And then all your problems would stop. That's the dream, right?
Trudge nearby. Trudge nearby. Trudge died.
Nice. Good job.
Fuck's sake, come on, come on, come on. Dude, just
I have
destroy,
a
yeah,
big
destroy it.
cube. Do we know where the next extraction is?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I activated it and everything.
Thank you. I didn't know.
That's all good.
I did not know that. I did not know it.
That's why we're a
I'm so sorry.
team. We're a
I'm
team.
so bad. I'm so bad.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Fuck you, man.
I said you're okay. The fuck? Man, I would join, but I have plans today, so I
Shadow
can't really
Child
join you guys.
nearby.
We're just gonna play for like another half hour anyway.
Shadow
X-Gamer.
Child left.
But you would have
Is
been welcome
X-Gamer
to join.
here?
X-Gamer's here, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shadow Child nearby.
Shadow child nearby. I wanna kill it.
Shadow
I wanna
Child
murder the
left.
child. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This song.
Road respawn.
Alright.
What was that sound?
This song is something, Bestie queued.
No, it was a. No, I didn't cue this one. This
Who
one
queued?
is not me.
Who queued it? Because you talked about it.
No, it's not this one. This
Cue
is
like
not
kids.
me. It's not cool.
Nearby.
Ah! I can't hear it right now. For me, it's.
Hidden left.
Okay. Interesting. Hey, Stony. Peekaboo!
Oh, hey, mate.
Peekaboo!
Oh, hey, mate. The boat was coming behind us there. It's come behind us.
The what? Rope? Ah!
Road nearby.
Please shoot it!
I'm out of ammo.
Balls.
Road left.
Fuck.
Road left.
That was a lot of money it took from us.
Yeah.
But that's it, right? We've taken everything of value so far.
Yes.
Going with yourself? Alright, thank you for checking in, X Gamer. See you later. Bye.
Shadow child nearby.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna murder that shadow child.
Yeah, he's
Ah,
right
fuck!
here.
It got me.
Shadow child has spawned.
Thank you for being the second. I had the robe walk past me 3 times while I stood in this corner, so I've been a bit scared.
Hidden nearby. Robe nearby.
Which one of you broke a big thing? Which one of you?
What do you mean?
Where's the hidden? Where's the hidden?
It's
No!
me.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The cart.
Hidden.
Where is he?
Tony, what did you break?
What?
What did you break?
What
He
do you
didn't
mean?
break anything.
You broke. He has broken something big.
Why?
What did you break?
I can't remember.
What would he have broken that was big?
Nearby.
What
Yeah.
did you break?
Who the fuck snitched?
I never snitch.
I will never reveal my sources,
One.
but what
Items
did you
nearby.
break?
Robe left.
You know that fake item I asked for the drone for?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gone.
I think there's a extraction point here, right? Yeah! Ha ha ha! I was correct.
Hidden respawn.
Kan inte stå, ingen fattar hur jag mår.
Can take this from me? No? Doc?
Hey, hey.
Doc? Can you take this from me?
No, we're done. We're done. Up, balls!
God damn it.
That's the trudge. Hey, guy. Ducky the Snitch. Oh my fuck, that headache. Oh lord. Go, 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 go. Send it, send it, send it, send it. Yeah, nice.
I need to get to the
I'm in the truck. I'm in the truck. Cancelled.
Cancelled. Filthy throat.
Alright.
Cancelled.
One more level and then we're gonna raid out.
What do you mean, one more?
Like one more level, then we're gonna raid out.
Oh, you're done with us then. Good to know. Good to know.
Oh my god.
Bitch asshole.
I mean, that attitude, yes, I'm so
asshole.
done with this. We
I
need
think
the energy
Tony is
crystals.
done with us too.
No, Stony loves us. This is like the best part of Stony's day, is hearing us bicker.
I'm not sure though. I'm really
Oh, I
not sure.
am. I'm so sure about that. Ah! Jesus! Dude! Dude! Ah! Fuck! Stop! The fuck is this? Oh, this is the Kai's new song. I haven't heard it.
I don't know what I'm holding. Sasha. That's weird.
Minigun.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I'm getting out of here. I'm getting. We're gonna need some health packs.
That's the Sasha.
Didn't work for me.
You need to
Ow.
hold it in. You need to hold it in.
I did.
Ouchies. No, hey, that mean.
Yeah, you deserve it. Every
Wow.
freaking time. Ouch.
If we can get another large health pack for 11k, that'd be awesome. Ah, fuck! Ah! Well, alright, that's it. I'm dead.
I'm so done with him.
So done with him.
So done with him.
So done.
One large. No, that's too much. Yeah, we're all done with you, so that's fine.
Oh my gosh.
Big health pack is too much. Maybe a medium? Yeah, we can take a medium. Tony, we done? No, I'm gonna take him out. Can you press the button, Tony?
Jesus
Barner.
Christ.
Let's go. So do you, honey. That's fine. You're really gonna try that? Shall we?
Yeah.
Let's murder!
Let's murder! Oh my gosh,
Let's murder!
I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna cook myself such a nice pasta dish.
Nice. I haven't even eaten breakfast today. Wait, I need a medium.
You haven't had breakfast yet?
No,
Friend, you gotta have breakfast,
just-
friend.
I had coffee because you guys were already playing and I will play with you.
Oh, I didn't mean to stress you out or anything.
I woke up and you guys were already playing. I got a little bit stressed, but it's fine.
But we said 8
It's-
o'clock, right?
We didn't say time.
I was 100%
Did we?
we said 8 o'clock.
Tony, did we say a time?
Yeah, and both of you said.
If Stony says it's
Level
true, then
enemies.
it's true.
2.
Yeah.
Reaper,
Right, this
It's
one's
me.
mine.
Mentalist.
I'm the problem.
Rugrat. Bowtie. 4. No.
Wait, which one is mine now?
Keeper.
don't even know.
How does it know which one to go to? Is it just the closest one?
So, if you hit R, you can swap between the.
Oh my god, I love the gum.
Oh my god, Gumbo.
I'm
Put it
gonna-
down. No, just put it in the cart because everyone's looking at it. Everyone's
Yeah,
hypnotized
no,
by
I'm
it.
trying! I'm trying! God damn!
Jesus.
Put it down! Yeah, I'm trying.
This is my favorite. This is the best one. It changes my voice.
It's awful.
Hello,
It's
bestie.
awful.
Bestie. Bestie.
Please go away.
Oscar! Come on,
Please go
Oscar!
away. You're the sweetest. Yeah, I'm
Alright, there we go.
go.
Mentalist nearby.
Mentalist nearby? I can kill that dude. No problem. Hey, Menti! Mentalist! Over here. Thank you. There we go.
Peeper despawned.
Oh yeah, party!
Rugrat nearby.
Oh Jesus!
No! Leave me alone! Ah!
Are you getting swarmed?
Yes! By the Rugrats and the... Ow! Fuck, go away. What's going on?
I can't even get a grip on them.
Ah! They've taken like 100 HP from me by now. You fucking bitches.
Oh
I
fuck
got
no,
the
the Rugrats!
Yeah! Where the fuck did it go? Yeah,
I killed it.
Good. Thank you. I was trying to kill the Rugrat and I got burned by the... That was a nightmare.
Yeah, that really looked like a nightmare, honestly.
Thank you for helping me.
Of course! You're my bestie and I love you. Gotta help.
Are you... Thank you. Ooh. Oh, fuck.
We're both
There's
jumping
something
up here.
big up there. Yeah, there's something big up there.
There's
I don't know how to get up
oh wait,
there,
wait, wait. There's like a cube ball here. Could you grab it?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
There.
I got
Nice,
it.
nice.
But there's a big thing up there too.
There's vinyl.
Oh. Why are you hitting me, Tony? Why are you being mean?
Hey Stony, the indestructible drone, please. Thank you. This is not a vinyl though. It sounds very plasticky and shit.
Bowtie nearby.
Oh, bow tie nearby? Murder!
Reaper nearby. Reaper nearby.
Reaper nearby? Dance party with Stony. Okay, I can't.
Peeper respawned.
Oh, Reaper!
Bowtie left. Bowtie left.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. How about you die? Bye.
Thank you.
Of course! Nope! Balls. Oh, no, fuck! I ruined it.
It was a good try. It was a good try though.
I didn't mean to get this one. Sorry, Stony. I accidentally got
Bowtie
yours.
nearby.
No, fuck! Please? You are mine now? Thank you. There we go.
Bowtie despawned. Peeper nearby.
Fuck you, Peeper. Asshole.
Found the Peeper? Peeper despawned.
Pimple guy! That's what they called me in high school as well. Not very nice. Oh my god, I hate this version. Fucking Medina ruined that song.
Wish me luck.
You can do it, I believe in you.
Five items nearby.
5 items nearby? The fuck could it be? Yeah.
A lot
Alright.
of gumball machines.
We got stuff here.
Yeah, there are a lot of gumball machines.
Dumbbell machines?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I'm just gonna put this one right here.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. There we go. We're gonna place it right... Oh, come on.
Reaper respawned.
There we go. Cubic sculpture. Like, almost all of these songs from this band... Oh,
Reaper
fuck off,
nearby.
really? Are about just getting real fucked up with your boys. What? Oh.
Didn't you have a card?
Yep.
Oh, it's still up there. Can I take it down?
Yeah, I already called it. There we go.
Because then I can put the gumball machine in there too.
If there's enough room.
Yeah, there's not really though. That'll work. It's fine.
It's
The
fine.
dumbass strikes again.
What do you mean the dumbass strikes again? Asshole.
At least I don't have
Alright.
to say anything anymore.
Try calling the cart, bestie.
Bowtie
Oh,
respawned.
alright, she didn't wanna.
Peeper respawned.
It's another gumball machine.
Murderous nearby.
Oh my gosh. Boopy-doopy-doopy-doo. Dance party.
A brain-dead hippo would play better than this.
Oh my... Shut up,
Bowtie
man.
died.
Could have warned me about the mentalist at least.
Mentalist died.
Yeah, I know it died. That's not news to me. Yeah, man, we gotta...
Peeper nearby.
Jesus fucking... Peeper nearby? Oh, God. Fuck it. It was just a monster anyway. No!
What are you doing? What's going on? Oh shit. Oh no.
Ah! It's so fucking full. I was trying to get it back. It's not going super well. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna walk over with this. I'm hypnotizing all of you! Look at my boobs! There we go.
Peeper left.
Shut up.
Rugrat.
It actually did? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Ah! It's too much stuff, Sony.
Never.
Never! Man. That was mine.
Rugrat nearby.
Oh no!
Reaper nearby.
Oh yeah.
Reaper respawned. Rugrat died. Keeper nearby.
There we go. Alright. We have definitely emptied out this place, right? There's not much here anyway.
Keeper left.
Alright, that's the last one. Ad is over. That's what she said? Wait, what is what she said? Fuck, I missed it. I missed what I said. What did I say? Alright, we're just gonna activate it. No? Oh, it's up one level. I wish I had
Calm
legs so I could
down,
kick
Card.
your ass.
Calm down, Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Do you need help, Sony? You got the feather drone or something?
I got the indestructible
Fine.
drone.
We have the sucky one right here.
I can lift it up. You can probably grab it from there, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Keeper despawned.
See if I can. Yep.
No way, it goes down if you grab it there. You gotta grab it on the side, kinda.
Huh?
So let it go, and you're gonna grab it like on the side, like here.
Hi. I'm down here.
Yeah, I know. Wait, I'll go up. Lift it,
Yeah.
lift it by the side and lift it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's see. Thank you. Wait, nope. Ah! I got it.
You tell me when you have
I got
it.
it. I got
You
it.
got
I got it.
Just be careful with the them burgers.
There we go.
Is
There we go. Oh, come on. Fuck it. Alright, I'll stay here. Just give me the next cart when y'all are ready. Oh, watch it. Whoa! I got it. Jesus fucking Christ. This is so messed up. Alright, we're just gonna leave it like that for now. There we go. No? No, wait, that'll still destroy it. You know what? You can do it like this. Ah, shit, I died. I killed myself. I hope we got the money, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Whee! Whee! Fucking hell, man. Oh, how did I die? And he's just gonna ignore me? No, he's waiting for my head to get nearby, at least. What happened with the money, though? I want to know, Stony, what happened with the cash? Fuck my head. It'll land sooner or later. I want to see the money. I mean, yeah, it did work a little bit. Oh, there it is. There's my head.
Mentalist respawn.
Hello.
Reaper respawn. Peeper respawn.
What a WPIC way to die? What does that mean?
Nearby.
Epic day. Oh,
Mentalist nearby.
wait. Yeah. Trying to get all the cash.
Reaper nearby. Reaper nearby. Mentalist die. Keeper nearby.
Oh my gosh, Bestie's trying to call that cart. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that went.
Multi-respawn.
Fuck's sake.
Oh my god, is Stony gonna die now? No! Oh fucking Christ! I was about to ask if this is modded, then I saw Onyx and my questions were answered. Yo, right? Hey Ollie, nice to have you here. Oh my gosh. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, No! Fuck! Come on! Come on. I can do this. You have an update, Bear! Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, okay. We wanna know, what happened with the driver's license. For those of you who didn't know, Bear bought a wallet secondhand, like at a flea market, and he found an old driver's license from a dude who died 3 years ago in it. So we're hoping to know what happened here. Stony, why? Jesus fucking Christ! Hey, thank you, B, my friend. Thank you for following. 1595 push-ups. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh. I'm so psyched to hear about what happened with the thing, with the wallet, with the. Welcome to the chat, B. Oh my gosh. We're gonna raid out after this this one though. How's the heat in Sweden? It's so fucking weird because like some days it's like 30 degrees Celsius, and then some days it's like 12 degrees. It all depends. Like today, today it's a rainy and overcast day, so it's like fairly chill.
Hi.
Like to me, it's good weather because I'm a
for
hot
ya?
man. Oh my gosh! Finally.
Because I have one of them. Ah, he's over there.
Yeah.
No. No, he didn't. You probably got what you deserve.
Respawn.
I'll take the dumb fuck and go to the next one.
Stoney's
Can
mean.
you shut up? We got a lot of... you shut up now?
Reaper
Please.
nearby. Reaper nearby.
Same here. It's 27 and hot as fuck. Yeah. Like I said, today it's overcast, so I can actually have like the window open and let in some fresh air. But when it's warm, like you gotta have everything in the house shut, all the blinds drawn and everything. And like it'll still get warm inside, but not as warm as if you'd open up the windows. And like in Sweden, having an air condition is rare. Like people usually don't have that because it's a pretty cold country. So having an air condition is not very normal. Which also means that now that we have these unusually hot summers year after year, because you know the changing of the climates, that means our houses that are made to keep heat in get so fucking hot. Problem is I can't do that as I'm on the 3rd floor in my house and all the heat rises, so I need the windows open. Oh Jesus, that sucks,
He's staying
man.
here.
Like you gotta have the windows open regardless.
I wonder.
Just have
if it
a
works
fuck
if I
ton of
press
fans
F.
on you as well. Like I have a fan on me whenever I need to shut all the windows. Even then, it's just like at
Hi,
least there's
Tony.
just some wind.
Is the other one? The other
Yeah,
part is
Ducky. I know, like,
empty?
because in the U.S. having an
Yeah.
AC is like almost
I guess
standard,
that
especially
they
in
ruined
like
everything.
California and
So let's just
Florida.
send this one
Everyone
then.
has an AC. But in Sweden, like
Ducky's
having an
in there,
AC,
so he'll be
if you
back.
have that, you're like a rich person. Like my parent-in-laws, my in-laws, they have an AC, and that's like, oh my god, they have an AC unit. Oh my gosh, it's like a special
Hi,
thing.
Betsy.
Hey, I'm just talking about how we don't have
Hey.
ACs in Sweden. Only rich people have it.
Can you stand still, please? Can you just stay in one place, please? Thank you.
0
Oh,
items
thank
nearby.
you.
0 items nearby. 0 items
Here you go.
nearby. 0.
Oh my god, okay,
Let's stop
bear's
something.
back. So I entered the
0
station,
items
right?
nearby.
When I got to the counter, I just
0
told them the exact
items
story,
nearby.
and when I handed the wallet over,
Items
and the lady,
nearby.
she took the driver's
0
license and looked at me
items
strangely.
nearby.
She then told her male co-worker over and showed him the driver's license. They both just stood there for a second.
Wow.
The male officer said, "Jaha du, han kommer inte få tillbaka den här på ett tag." Oh well, he's not gonna get this back for a while. He took it and
Oh,
left.
wow.
I left with more questions when I first came. Is he dead or is he not? What the fuck?
God.
Wait, they couldn't even
That's
tell you if
so-
he's dead or not?
That's amazing.
Did you tell them that you looked him up and he's supposed to be dead? His last record's on his Facebook, and when people congratulated him was 3 years ago, then people wrote, "I'm so sorry, what happened to you?" So don't know 100% that he's dead. He might just be in prison.
Could be. He could be.
Oh my gosh.
1 items nearby.
I need to
Oh my
know.
God.
I need to know what happens with his wallet more.
He really might be in prison.
Could be, yeah.
That's,
Pond.
It's definitely not impossible. That's insane, though. I mean, well done, Bear, that you sent it.
1 items nearby.
What's the one white item nearby? That's the thing. I want to know.
1 items
yeah, you have
nearby.
fun with that.
1 items nearby. 1 items nearby. 1 items nearby.
Also what?
1 items nearby. 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 Rugrat respawn. User respawn.
I can't find it. They asked me if I wanted to keep the wallet without the wallet as han kommer inte kunna hämta ut den på länge. What the fuck? They were like, you turned in a wallet. You turn in a wallet and they're like, hey, do you want to keep it? Sick. Yeah, that's cryptic as fuck, man. He's not gonna be able to get it for a long time. They gotta know that dude is in prison or something, right? Like, they gotta know, like, he's a known prison customer or something. Gotta be. That's insane, Bear. Jeez. Wait, why am I pushing it? Ugh, old habits. The way they just stood there for a sec, yeah. But I mean, right, like, if they stood and looked at it and then said, he's not gonna get that for a while, like, they know... They have to know who he is, right? Awesome!
Hey, we all
awesome gang!
survived.
Yeah! High five!
Wow.
Alright, I'm super
Such a
hungry,
glory.
and we've been streaming for 4 hours on a day where I don't usually stream.
Good job, guys.
I'm thinking we're gonna raid out, and we're gonna raid out to Sydney because I saw that she's live as well.
Yeah.
She's playing some Warframe now as well. Fuck yeah.
Nice. Let's do it.
Alright, so we're gonna raid Sydney. Fair warning, she's a stoner streamer. So if you're not okay with that, don't watch her. Otherwise, she's a good fucking watch. She's super funny. She's super animated, super chill. Such fucking good taste in music as well. God damn it, that woman knows music. You got here last second. Yeah. For sure. Alright, we're gonna raid Sydney. Let's decide on a raid message. It's always this. It's always this. Just Alright. We're gonna go over there. Thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna do a special stream on on Sunday with Samwise. We're gonna play Valorant. Just so you all know. So I'll see you then. Hopefully, probably, maybe. Bye, gang. Love you all so much. Oh my gosh.